How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Yeah. USB was me. Relax. I forgot to turn the camera on. Camera's all good. Unfortunately, there's no... I could have probably muted everything. I don't know. Whatever. I forget. USB was me. Oh, right. So, another day of no alpha. Another day of 50% experience boost, though, for a little while, which is quite cool. There's an opportunity there for us, I think. There's a couple of realms where I wouldn't mind a level 60. I don't need a level 60, but there's definitely a couple of realms out there that, you know, I wouldn't mind having the ability to have a high level character. Just purely from the mindset of that, right, well, you know, I can do a bit of farming, make a bit of gold, do a bit of flipping, you know, maybe craft a few bits and pieces. I don't know, not sure. Mute everything, start streaming, then don't unmute until somebody tells you 30 minutes later. Well, you see, that's the other alternative, right? That's the other way you could do it. I've fallen for that trick before as well, so. But yeah, you're right. If people watch the VOD, though, it might catch a few people off in the VOD. It's why I, you know, luckily Discord is smart. Discord is clever. For anybody that doesn't stream and doesn't know this, Discord is clever. If you're on somebody's stream and you hear their Discord pings, it's because they've deliberately pressed a button to make it so that you hear their Discord pings. So make sure to tell them they're an asshole. Because when you turn on OBS by default, Discord will automatically put itself in streamer mode, which mutes the pings, which is something everybody should do. Streamer mode's pretty buggy though. It works pretty flawlessly for me, but I'm sure that doesn't mean that it's not bugged. Anyway, a couple of things for today. Apart from the fact that you can tell the wife's away because I've not had a shave in about 3 days and I'm looking a little bit like I've just crawled out of a cave. I'm aware of that. Let's ignore that one. But no DragonFlight alpha for me still. Much against all of my efforts to try and get in the alpha. It's not happened. Blizzard doesn't love me. So we're going to continue with Project Pet. We might level a few characters today or start leveling a few characters. I'm not overly convinced I need to level characters. This is the thing, right? I've got a bunch of characters on a bunch of realms. Already. I don't particularly need more characters. Ultimately, if I start on the new realms, I just start flipping things and make some gold to begin with that way. There are a couple of I really want to try playing a warlock. It's something completely different for me. I've always had a warlock. I'm going to be honest, I've never been very fair on warlocks. I've usually considered them just, you know, like fake mages. But some of the warlock stuff looks pretty fun. So I'm tempted to level a warlock just because. There's probably a whole bunch of DragonFlight news we got to go through, but until the coffee's kicked in, we can't really dive through that in too much detail. So I think we're just going to take it relatively chill today. We're going to just dabble with a few bits and pieces, try and keep up with what's going on, alpha-wise, even though, you know, it's difficult to do it without being able to really dive into it. We have to go by just what other people say, which works for the most part. I'll try again next week for alpha, we'll see. I think I'm going to level a goblin to hopefully cut down on that 18 gold flux at the start. You don't even really need leveled goblins, because just, you know, get a summon. Really simple, just get a summon. Level 1 goblin, just get a summon. Like, easy. Sure, I guess leveling them a little bit might be handy, I guess, but did any other new goblins get in the latest wave? Well, I've not checked in with everybody, but I'm quite sure Zan didn't. I know I didn't. Lazy is still on holiday either way, so I don't think he cares regardless. I'm not sure about Penguin. Penguin's been streaming a little bit more recently, but I don't think she got into the alpha. I'm not entirely sure. Not that I'm really aware of. Looking on the YouTube side of things, I don't think many of the YouTube only kind of guys have got in either. Feels very odd that they're, you know, the whole one of the big selling features of DragonFlight is that, you know, they're revamping all of the professions and everything, yet they've seemingly invited nearly nobody that has any dealings with professions as like their primary thing. Other than, you know, I think Student's got alpha, I think. Although I've not even seen him playing on it, if he has it. So I'm not sure there. I don't really know. Honest answer, not many. Samadan got it. Samadan's the only one that seems to have had access to it so far. And I'm quite sure maybe a couple of the TSM devs have got in. Because they're, you know, the big add-on developers. They maybe have got themselves on the list. But yeah, we'll see. Can't wait to see the specializations in the next alpha update. Well, apparently they're in there this time. Apparently they're there, but the problem is everybody that's playing everybody that has access to the alpha and is streaming it has no interest in the professions. All they're doing is running around the new zone and playing with flipping dragons. So it's a bit hard. We can't really get much. There's not much footage being thrown on the profession side of things, at least from what I can find. Didn't think the alpha update happened till 24 hours from now. There was a wave. There was a new invite wave that went out yesterday. So I mean, check your BattleNet. You can always you can take a look. You can open your BattleNet and you can take a click through. It will be in the in development section if you've got it. I've got Wrath of the Lich King Classic beta access, but I think most people have that by now. The irony being is that although I might poke around. I'm probably not going to do this on stream because I don't think there's much content to be had here, but I might poke around with Wrath just for a bit of a nostalgia trip to see what was going on back there. But let me get a few pet realms done and dusted out of the way then first and foremost this morning, while I let coffee kick in. Let's go. This is a buy realm, so let's see if there's anything cheap we can pick up. Level to 7 through the starting zone, then realised the Goblin zone was longer. Got a summon now Minogramar, but can't mount the Bruto. Oh dear. Yeah, I suppose there is maybe some reasons to at least get to level 10 then. Nothing here to buy. Fine. Been leveling the demo lock for a few days on a new realm. Fun class to play. Yeah, I've had my eyes on the Warlock for a long time. I've got a level 50 Warlock, so I can quite easily jump straight into like Shadowlands related stuff. Yeah, the Warlock class just kind of looks pretty fun at the moment. I think it's I can't really pinpoint why. It's a class I've never really properly played. But I know some people have mained Warlocks and they just swear by them forever. I think Lazy Goldmaker is a Warlock main. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm not overly concerned about leveling characters. But, you know, when there's that 50% buff, 50% XP increase is it's kind of helpful. Maybe by gathering. Maybe we just level up a few toons just via gathering. Few druids on a few realms, make a bit of gold at the same time, possibly. Prove to everybody you can still make gold farming. I don't know. Maybe there's an option there. I'm also very tempted to start looking at expanding my 25 realms a bit further. Very tempted to move onto more than 25 realms, maybe push it to 35, add an extra 10 on the end. Very tempted. Grab these expireds, because where's it gone? Is it that one? Yeah.
is...
Oh, no, that's still Samadan's video from yesterday. Where's this one? This is the one I wanted to look at. So I'm starting to get a bunch of characters now with, you know, like 50k plus gold. 50k plus gold is more than enough to start doing some reasonable flipping on these realms, and it also means I can push a lot of the cheap pets to newer realms just to kind of, you know, milk those first few sales, that first little bit of gold. So maybe when we've got all of these, maybe when every realm is above 100k, if we can get above 100k gold on all of the realms that we have currently, does mean there's a few down the bottom here that are not performing very well, but if we can get most of them above 100k, then maybe we can expand a little further than 25. One of the big reasons I was interested in doing pets is just to get a small amount of gold on every realm. Just means that when you spot, you know, one of those really good deals on the Undermine Journal or something, and you realise that you want to buy a pet or a transmog item or something, and you realise that, well, I can buy it for like 1/10 of the price if I buy it on this specific realm, that it'd be nice to have the gold there to be able to do that. To be able to spot a bargain on any realm and go and pick it up would be quite handy. Handy dandy Andy. Plus, in a weird way, expanding to yet more realms may give me really good reason to not bother cancel scanning on the 25 that we're already on. Because if I just buy more pets, I can brute force the problem by just buying more pets. This is the thing with the flipping challenge. I didn't really set myself a limit when I went into this to how much I was going to spend at the first place. Because, of course, you can't do a flipping challenge without, you know, spending a bunch of gold and then selling a bunch of things and then reinvesting the gold that you've already, you know, you've made by flipping those first things. There's a weird part of me though that feels a bit crooked doing a make 10 million gold profit challenge, and to do it by spending 10 million gold. It kind of like, I mean, that is technically how, you know, how it works, but it still doesn't feel quite right. Is this the Wind of Wisdom then? Here we go. Experience gain increased by 50%. So that's the little buff. This is lasting now for what, like 2 weeks? 2 weeks until season 4 kicks off. Season 4 kicks off 2nd of August, I want to say. So we've got a little bit of time to play around with some XP buff if needed. You keeping track of your time spent on your pet challenge? Would be interesting to see just how long it takes to set everything up and keep it maintained. I'm not really tracking it, you know, by like /played. You know, it's just more of a case of, because it's a slow selling market, so yeah, that's it. Kind of, it's like one of those. I could tell you that, yeah, I logged on for 3 minutes on that character and made 20,000 gold and extrapolate from that, but it's just all bullshit at that point. One of the biggest things is you're just waiting for sales. It's a slow market. You have to go into it knowing it's a slow market, and so it's more about, you know, getting a good foundation in place, and then there's that obvious natural waiting time for things to happen. It's not a get rich quick scheme, even if you throw loads of gold at it to start with. But two weeks until unprecedented demand kicks in, and they extend it for a few more. Are we referring to the commodity merge? That's not necessarily the same point though. There was it has been confirmed by it's Blizzard have confirmed that it, Season 4 launching is not the same as 9.2.7, which is where the auction house merges. It just so happens to be that they're two big topics of discussion that sort of, it looks like they probably should happen at the same time, but they've already said that they're not the same thing. They're not attempting to launch them at the same time, let's put it that way. I'm still 50-50 whether this whole merge thing is actually going to happen. Because I think it could be one of those things that's a really good... Now that they've sort of gained a little bit of feedback from the community, they may quickly come to realise that it's a massive risk that they're taking, making everything region-wide. At least doing it before DragonFlight. Because without the complexity of the new Shadowlands crafting system, without that complexity, it could just tank the price of everything and just plunge the economy in this game into just like chaos. So I'm not like the commodity merge could end up being like a pre-patch sort of time thing that they do it. I think it's a bit dangerous doing it like with still 4 or 5 months before DragonFlight even goes live, but I don't know. They seem to have this Blizzard seems to be doing a lot to try and push forward with things like professions, yet they seem to then do no talking about it publicly. It's very weird. Deflation would mean that liquid gold is worth more. Yeah, very true. Yeah, but it's not. How do I? It's not. It wouldn't be true inflation, because it wouldn't be inflation based upon. It wouldn't be inflation by the normal terminology of that. You just print a bunch of gold, and that in turn makes everybody else's gold worth less. The fact that when you have multiple, it's like a market bursting. When a bubble bursts, that's when you get like these huge crashes in the economy. And it's a snowball effect as well. It usually when it pops, it's just done. Like, it takes a hell of a lot to reset that. And World of Warcraft has had a relatively stable economy for like years and years and years. If you expand to 50 realms but spend 2 to 3 minutes on each, loading, relisting, buying, that would roughly be a couple of hours each time you go through the process. Yeah, probably something like that. But you probably will get to a point when you're doing it at a big enough scale that you literally log on, you relist what has expired, you maybe do a quick search for anything that's a bargain on that realm to quickly pick up, and then you log off. It really is a very quick process. Watching me do it here is not really doing it justice, because I end up spending most of my time talking and less time actually doing what I should be doing, which is looking at my listings and seeing if there's anything I want to buy. So yeah, you got to kind of I timed myself doing the whole process yesterday. It took me 36 minutes to log on to every realm that I'm on currently, and check the auction house to basically do what I need to do. It took me 36 minutes, and that's 25 realms. So it's a little over a minute per realm when you really get the process rolling. "50 realms, 2 minutes each. Once every 2 days. It's not really a lot of effort, but can provide a nice trickle of sales over time. That's kind of the point. we'll see. Like with most things, most gold making methods is more almost all the time you'll find that there's an initial amount of effort that needs to be done to get to a position, and then it just sort of ticks over. Mission tables is a great one, right? Once you've got 10 mission tables up and running, it just passively once every day makes you like 3,000 gold per table. But you have to level a character to 60 and set that table up. So there's a huge initial investment of time and effort for something that then just, you know, trickle feeds you some you know, like a steady supply. Imagine when you can get to quality over quantity with the pets as well, it'll be much quicker. Yeah, see, this is it. Like, once I start getting a reasonable amount of gold on some of the realms, because there's still many realms out there where I'm pissing about selling like 300-400 gold pets, which is just not worth the time or the effort. It takes far too long to take them from, you know, the time it takes to take them from the mailbox, to put them on the auction house, to make a 300 gold sale, it's just not worth. What you want to get to is a point where you're kind of only dealing with the slightly more valuable pets, then meaning that every sale that you have is going to generate you enough gold to make it worthwhile the time of doing it. I think Wu yesterday even stated that he tries to make at least 1,500 gold from each sale, which is about the same as doing a calling. So if you know, if you think how long it takes you to do a calling, most people, let's say 15 minutes to do a calling, and they get 1,500 gold from doing it. But they can only do that once a day. If you can like build it up, if you can get an average of a calling's worth of gold made, and it overall takes you less time to get that deal, but you can multiply it, that's kind of why it's lucrative long term. Hopping characters is just such an annoyance, I try to avoid it. Yeah, that is... Oh, look, we sold an archetype of Serenity. Yeah, that's... That is one thing. I'm tempted to turn off LVI just for the 3 seconds it may save me loading into all these characters. I don't technically need LVI. The reason I use it is because it just looks nice on stream. But it's probably... It's one of, it's not, it's no trade skill master, but it's still slowing down the load time of my game for sure. The thing is, we goblins ain't doing callings because that shit ain't worth the time. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. There's still a huge amount of people out there that doing the callings and waiting for there being 3 callings that line up nicely, and then going out and doing it on multiple characters. That is the foundation to the foundation to many players gold making. Is waiting to be able to do 3 callings quickly, and then to do it on like 5 or 6 characters to get that quick injection of like 30,000 gold. That is the fundamentals to how most people make gold in the game. You're right though. Once you kind of get a little bit of an operation set up with crafting and stuff, it's definitely not worth your time. But TSM is the big culprit for the loading screens, which is understandable since it needs to do a lot. But we can't live without. Well, that's it. I can't realistically do this process without TSM. I mean, you could, but it's certainly not going to increase the speed. You know, the time you save by turning off TSM does not outweigh the time that it would then take to do the whole thing without it. So it's the one thing I can't switch off, unfortunately. Not if I want to maintain, you know, a certain speed of doing it. It could work with a lightweight pet-focused add-on. If only there was some add-on developers out there that have got a relatively good proven track record of making helpful add-ons that could maybe think about something like that. Who knows? But the add-on would probably need to get prices from somewhere, and that somewhere is probably TSM. True, you're right, actually. All things lead back to TSM. This process that I'm doing now with the cancel scanning is probably... I could shave off 50% of the time it takes me to do what I do if I didn't bother cancel scanning first. If I just dropped the duration, the auction duration down to like 12 hours and just let them expire. I'd have probably saved myself 20 seconds by not doing that cancel scan. But then it's the risk, right? Do I, you know, having the pets, just having them just listed is better than having them expired in a mailbox. So there's kind of a... Because if it's in the mailbox, it's not going to sell, right? There's a 100% chance you're not going to sell a pet if it's in your mailbox. But that extra 20 seconds to do a small cancel scan on 20 or 30 items, just to, you know, maximize your chances of selling something. It's true, though, that obviously if you've been undercut, you know, and it's super duper mega slim that yours is going to sell anyway if you've been undercut, but... Love to make more WoW add-ons, but I need to be realistic. If I'm going to be spending time coding stuff, it needs to generate some income. Yeah, like, I fully understand that if you've got the skill to do something like that, you should be putting it towards something that, you know, is worthwhile first.
You break it, you buy it.
This is why I tend to find it's very, very impressive that some add-ons have got big enough that they can generate revenue from them in an environment where Blizzard doesn't let you charge for the add-on. I mean, I haven't got the first idea how an add-on like Weak Auras makes any money. Other than... Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. Like... Sure, downloads through Curse client may provide like a trickle income, but surely that doesn't cover the cost of developing the add-on. I've got no idea. Like, the monetization side of that, I think, is tragic. Putting a Patreon link in your add-on is also probably not really going to do much, right? If I'm honest. The crowdfunding aspect, I can't imagine works particularly well.
Hey, that's it! I got mouths to feed, pal!
With a 12-hour listing, you have your pets on from now, late morning to late evening. The only hours you miss are effectively the ones overnight. Well, there's nothing to say that, you know, I couldn't relist my auctions in the morning. You could do it slightly 50-50. You could do 24... You could do 12-hour listings. And you know, maybe if I was feeling 12-hour listings so that when I get up in the morning, everything's expired, everything's in the mailbox, everything's ready to go. Throw it back up on the auction house. And then, you know, 11 hours later, maybe they expire and I relist them again before I go to bed, or I don't know. 11 hours, 23 hours, 47 hours listings, please. Just, yes. Having them perfectly equal length is just annoying. Yes, 11 hours would be 11 hours would be a nice, but it's not really. 23 hours is the big one. I would absolutely kill for a 23-hour listing time. 23 hours would be wonderful. That would mean at 11 o'clock every morning when I start my stream, I know that I can log on to my auction house and I know that all of my auctions will have expired within the last hour and they're ready to go again. 23 hours is the mwah, is the absolute optimal. I tend to think my Patreon is actually one of the more subscribed to Patrons of add-on devs already. And I think your stream has probably done more for that, as my Patreon link being on CurseForge, and even literally right on the Wowhead front page. Yeah, I think add-on developers need some sort of exposure. Some sort of exposure for sure. Just purely being, you know, the guy behind the scenes that makes the add-on. I don't think he's going to, you know, is going to do too much. Because people invest in people. People don't invest in products most of the time. People invest in people. And if you're gonna, I tend to find that if you're gonna, you know, if you're gonna support somebody on Patreon, you're supporting the somebody, not the thing that they do for the most part. At least that's what I've always tended to feel. Obviously, you're not going to get anywhere without a good product in the first place, but your success rate is probably more linked to being known as a person. I think very, very, very few people know just how much time goes into making add-ons, and people are so used to just getting it for free. The internet and getting it free mentality on the internet is a tough one, right? Because you can almost blame Google for that. You can almost 100% blame Google for that. Google, in their, you know, in their comeuppance of them being a company, had this philosophy of that they would never charge the end user for anything. They would make their money on the back end, and they'd make their money off businesses. And they still, for the most part, run by that theory today. You know, their search engine is free. YouTube is free. Gmail, the most popular email service on the planet, is free. Like, their mentality of giving everybody everything for free and being such a monstrous component of just how the internet works has definitely put everybody in the mindset of it that they should just get everything for free. I'm not saying Google are the only culprit. It was probably going that way anyway, but they were definitely a catalyst to it. Which, for clarity, is probably a good thing overall. But it's it doesn't make software developers, it doesn't make coders' lives, it doesn't make web developers' jobs any easier when it's, you know, it's a huge hurdle to overcome to, you know, try and get somebody to pay for something nowadays, which is just mad.
If you ever need
We are not the customer for those services, just the product sold to advertisers. Well, yeah, this is it. It's a common thing. It's a common phrase nowadays that you know, if you're not paying for something, then you are the product.
Yeah? What do you want?
Yeah, the companies out there are. If they're giving you the product free, it's just airlines are the funny one. I saw a video on YouTube the other day. Of course I saw a video on YouTube. I don't know why I even need to state on YouTube anymore. But I saw this video the other day about how most airlines are loss-leading companies. The airline, the act of flying somebody in a metal box across the globe is just a front for them being able to sell a loyalty program. The, you know, the priority boarding, the you know, the lounges, the free Wi-Fi, the on-tap beer in the lounge, the extra baggage space, these loyalty bonus programs that these airlines have is what actually makes the money. Flying people from A to B is just what allows them to sell you a loyalty program. And it's the loyalty program that makes all of the money. And you can see that same thing happening with games. The gaming industry is going in the same direction. Providing somebody a fun game to play is just the front for the add-on developer to sell you on microtransactions and to sell you just digital pixels. Making the game in the first place is not necessarily the focus anymore. We need the minimum viable product, the bare minimum viable product of a game that can be considered a game, so that we can try and sell microtransactions to people. It's a bit gross, but if you're aware it's happening, you can, you know, you can dance around it a little bit. But for the most part, gone are the days of, you know, a game developer wanting to make the best possible game, I feel. My apologies to anybody out there that's a game developer that feels different, but maybe these are the opinions I shouldn't be so publicly stating, considering I would love the corporate entity that is Blizzard Entertainment to give me an alpha key. maybe I need to get my nose brown for a couple of weeks to try and get my alpha key. I would never sell out like that. I probably would. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I probably would.
Pleasure doing business.
Oh, I can start to feel the caffeine kicking in, though. I can feel the caffeine kicking in. It's needed this morning. It's not, it's definitely not sort of most of Europe level heat here, but it's really started to get warm here. Like 9 o'clock in the morning, it was already 22 degrees outside here, so it's starting to get pretty toasty here as well. My morals and principles are definitely for sale. I will bend over backwards for a paycheck. And if you're really lucky, I'll bend over forwards. Just how big is your paycheck? Ooh, a bumblebee. Seabreeze bumblebee. 12k. What I've not done is taken too much time to actually check for any sale, like bargain basement pets to buy, but I'm kind of slowly getting more to the point where I have enough gold on the realms that I'm playing on where I can probably start using external websites to make it easier to find out where I'm buying stuff. Because the biggest trick to this whole process is going to be finding an optimal way of buying the pets at the absolute rock bottom price. Being able to go to that one realm where it's like a fraction of the price for no real reason. Buying it from there. Have you not worked out what's giving you the invalid errors on 10% of the pets? I think it's because it goes under... My operation is based upon primarily sale rate, but also region sale average. If that regional sale average is less than 500 gold, my operation errors out. So it's any pets that's maybe I've bought them really cheap and not paid too much attention to what the actual average.
That coin purse for you?
Change it to 200. Maybe I could do, just to maybe shift them.
pleasure was all mine.
Probably could. Oh, proto tickles again. I love selling these things. I need to sell a whole bunch of these. I've bought way too many of them, but luckily I was able to buy them at quite a good price. So even selling them out at 14k is like literally 50%. 50% of my 50% profit margin on that one, which is juicy.
Cha-ching.
So just very quickly, the ones that are erroring out, for example, brown snake. This is erroring out because its regional sale average is like 235, and its regional sale rate has dropped below the 0.02, I reckon. This thing, the Eye of All Seeing, has a sale average of 375. It's dropped below my threshold of 500. I could change it up a little bit, I suppose. I mean, let's take a peruse. If I slap in here, that will at least prevent all of them from erroring out.
I ain't got it. You don't want it.
If we're talking efficiency, they're eating into it at the moment. You're probably right. So you can see now it will list them. The brown snake is being listed now. I didn't have my if statement didn't have a failsafe in it at all, which is why that error was happening.
Glad I could help.
Do you get lure errors when using the cage button? If so, how did you solve them? I don't get errors when I use the cage button, but it does error out every time I log into the game, and I have no idea why. You'll see every time I log in, there's an error box, and it's that add-on. Like this. This, for example, happens every single time. And there's usually 2 of them.
Cha-ching. Goblin products are built of glass.
I've got 3 proto tickles in my bags here for some reason. Something's gone wrong.
Hey, that's it. I got mouth.
I need to work out how I can kill like 20 seconds every time I log into a character. I wonder just how much of a difference turning off LVI would actually be. It's 90% TSM though, it's got to be the reason why it's slow. See, if I was just doing silly mission tables, I could have one add-on. One super duper mega lightweight add-on. LVI makes my WoW almost unplayable. Does it really? I find it weird how some people have just... It's probably not necessarily LVI itself. It's probably a conflict with another add-on. This is one of the things that you see, like every time somebody tries to somebody has a major broken problem with Trade School Master. It's very rarely that Trade School Master itself is causing that problem. Most of the time, it's that it's conflicting with another add-on and it's just causing chaos. This is why I tend to try and keep my add-on usage to sort of a bare minimum if possible. Try without LVI, it's a big add-on, check how much it uses. I mean, it still only uses 10% of what TSM uses, this is the problem. It's, you know, Auctionator, the Undermine Journal are taking up more. But they are switched on by default by Battle Pet Cage Match, I think. Unless I was to just straight up uninstall them, but I do kind of really need them. I don't know. Doesn't make a huge difference. I went from 100 plus FPS when I deleted LVI. Before I had like 40 to 60. Yeah, that's not great. Don't use a lot of add-ons. TSM was okay for me after a few logins. Yeah, TSM's the big culprit. TSM's without question the big culprit for load times. Without question. The problem is I absolutely cannot do this without TSM, so that's not even on the table, unfortunately. It'll be super quick once DragonFlight comes and you clear out old TSM history. I'm not sure if I will though. I used to just clear TSM history like once every 90 days or something. I used to be quite frequent with clearing all the history of it. But since I've gained more of a public, you know, showcasing, I tend to keep the old data around because there are many occasions where it comes in handy being able to go back 6 months, 12 months and just, you know, look at a certain period of time just, you know, for, you know, explaining things, examples, even just, you know, reminiscing if nothing else. Probably going to stop using LVI in DragonFlight, but TSM's here to stay. If the new default UI in DragonFlight allows you to move things about and is a little bit smarter, then yeah, I see no reason to need LVI at that point. I tend to use LVI though because it's just one add-on that does a whole bunch of stuff and it's pretty straightforward. Oh, a multi-chicken. One is that add-on devs tend to be less educated on optimization or can't justify the amount of effort it takes. 2, it's a lure which is not quite as efficient as C++. And 3, it's that we're limited to using the data that WoW gives us, so we can't actually optimize for acquiring that data. There was some... I can't remember who told me this. It might have been Ustro that told me this, but something to do with when you open a bag... The contents of the bag is being checked like 60 times a second. But it's like it was like that would sort of make sense still from a development point of view, but it was actually checking it 7 times per tick. So it was like 7 times, like 7 times 60, like huge amounts of times every second because of some just like bad code. And that's just the default Blizzard UI. I just cancelled everything off there, didn't I? And I didn't grab anything and I didn't relist anything. Not 60 times a second, but per frame. Oh, there we go. See, I knew it was something actually ridiculous. So yeah. Yeah, the inventory being checked like huge amounts of times just per frame. Having like, I don't know much about game development, but I've always had this thing in the back of my mind that having anything running off the frame rate of the game is a terrible idea. Maybe why did I have one pet? What? Hang on. What's going on here? Oh, what have we sold? An archetype of animation. Go me. Did I just not have anything going on here? Oh. Okay. Fine. Right, Taran Mill. This is a buy realm, so let's see if there's any cheap stuff to buy over here. You technically kind of have to do everything per frame. Oh. See, that goes to show what I like. I just kind of think that if, or maybe maybe this is from back in the day where they used to have locked frame rates in games. If you had a locked 30 frame rate in a game, for example, and then you start linking like aspects of the physics to the frame rate, and then somebody hacks the frame rate so that they can have a 60 FPS gameplay, and all of a sudden everything runs at twice the speed. Destiny 2 had a heavy weapon that dealt more damage based on your FPS. That was an interesting time. Oh dear. Oh dear. Right. Any cheap stuff. Give me the cheap stuff. I've nearly ran out of gold on Taran Mill. This character had 5 million gold on him at one point. Not anymore. We've got 3 of those, 3 of those, 3 of those, loads of those, loads of those. The Barnabies, we could do with a few more of those apparently. There's only one cheap one there. Bunch of those, bunch of those, bunch of those, bunch of those. None of these are really cheap. None of these do I really need any of. Got plenty of this trash already. Okay, that was actually an amazingly disappointing buy session. But I guess you can't find cheap stuff to buy every day, right? Even on the big realms. So if I want to know that an item has been added to the bag, I need to listen to an event that says your bags have been updated. Since I don't then know what's changed in the bag, I need to read the entire bags. If I want to know what has changed, I need to store what you have now so I can compare it to next time the bags updates. So we're already doing a lot of stuff every time this event gets called. But then on top of that, Blizzard calls that event 7 times per frame. Oh god, no wonder add-ons slow shit down. Oh my lord. Yeah, that sounds like an absolute nightmare. Oh dear. This is why normally developers get paid the big bucks. They get paid the big bucks so dum-dums like me don't have to understand that. I was talking to Sapu, the lead developer of Trade School Master, and I was talking to him about the TSM, the new TSM API that they're testing at the moment. And I was like, is there some sort of like documentation for idiots? Is there like TSM API for dummies? And he was like, no, not yet. That's part of the reason why it's not public. But it's yeah, it goes to show that even developers have to try and make some stuff sort of useful or understandable at the very least to regular people. Stusa, how we doing? Welcome in. Good to see you, good to see you. New World cries. New World was a shit show when that launched. Oh my lord. Whereas if the event was to say bag 3 slot 15 has changed from null to this, I could change my change and literally not have to check anything anymore. Oh, so instead of, yeah, okay, so like if Blizzard's code was just a little bit more sophisticated in the first place, that it just, you know, it said more than a change has happened, you wouldn't have to work out what that change is. You could just take what Blizzard tells you as gospel and be on your way. Events are the solution to being able to do code outside of a per frame way. Oh, okay. Okay, it's starting to make sense. Starting to make new sense. Oh, New World and the dead graphics cards. Yeah, that was a saga. Oh, you've bought yourself a really fancy new 3090 graphics card. Congratulations. My name is New World and I'm going to melt it. That was ridiculous. We have not optimized our game at all. In fact, we've optimized our game so badly it's going to literally melt your graphics card into non-existence.
Pleasure doing business with ya. Can I lighten that coin purse for you?
Cheapening out on components, sure, maybe, but I mean, you know, if a brand new game on the top end graphics card is going to cause a capacitor to go pop, then there's definitely something wrong with the game as well. If you want to see how many events are fired, type E/E trace. Surprised New World did not dupe the graphics card. Now you have two 3090s, yay! Hang on, I'm going to try that in a second. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Spidey senses are tingling. It's pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap. What have we got here? Cornelius. Collected 1 of 1. Is Cornelius a unique pet? You cannot have more than 1 of them? Yet you can sell them. Alright. Didn't know that. Now I do. Keeping in mind you're doing that on a character with no mission tables unlocked, no garrison, low pop world, no items in bags, etc. I'll log on to my main character and do it, that'll be funny. The hell is this? So standing here doing nothing, this is what's actually happening behind the scenes on my character. On a level 10 character that's unlocked absolutely nothing. Chat message channel. So chat spam is gonna slow down my what's this spell activation going off like ridiculous amounts. Battle.net friend changed info. Somebody logged on, somebody logged off. Spell activation overlay hide. What is it trying to hide? Can you just select one of these? Damn. For comparison then, let's try that on a that's disappointingly few events. Let me try that on a main character standing in the middle of Ouroboros then. Let's see if that's why Ouroboros is so tragically slow. Let me just oh, hang on. Oh, whoa, what's going on now? Oh, I've broken it now. What have I done? There we go. No, come back. Why is it not in the right order all of a sudden? I don't know. Let me load up my other account. Let me load my main character for comparison. Blizzard, we coded checks for the checks. but can it run Crisis? Spell activation overlay is like the built-in weak auras, OSA. Wrath of the Lich King? Where the hell is my character? Why is my character in Northrend? Could you imagine if WoW was on a newer engine, there'd be so many players that wouldn't be able to run it? See, I know this is a bit of a hot take, but I don't think game developers should have to worry so much about that. If you're a PC gamer, it's always been understood that you're going to have to spend more money on your hardware. It's like you know, it's like having a racetrack and telling Ferrari that they can't make cars that can go faster than 80. It's like, no. No, make the car go really fast. If people want to go really fast, they're going to have the additional stuff to make it go really fast. There's optimization, sure, but I would much prefer developers just make the game the best they can. And if people need better hardware to run it because they've done such a good job of making such a fantastic game, then that should be a thing. Like, if you need to upgrade your graphics card to acceptably play a new game, that should be a thing. Deliberately using old stuff just so more people have access to it, I don't think is, I don't know, not something I overly agree with. Let me go to Haven. Haven's going to be pretty tragic, right? That's why my head hurt when PS4 owners were complaining about Cyberpunk quality. It's ancient hardware. What did they expect? Yeah, see, this is it. Like, if you bought a console 10 years ago, yeah, it's going to look dog shit. Wake up. Right, so what was that magic command then? I can't remember what it was. what did I type to do that thing that got... Oh, E-trace. There we go. E-trace. Okay. It's definitely faster. It's definitely moving quicker. I wouldn't necessarily say it's ridiculously faster, but it's definitely... Oh! Oh! All the trade skill messages of somebody else mounting up and doing other stuff. Oh, I bet this is actually tragic in Ouroboros. No wonder Ouroboros is slow. This is just going to... if you're standing in the middle of Ouroboros. Craft something, open a mailbox. Oh my god, all I did was open my bags and all of this happened. Ah! Press P to open my spellbook. Got spammed. Imagine that in a raid setting. Oh, Lord. Yeah, okay. You can start to see then when there's so many events firing off all the time. Or if you're standing at a crafting hub in the major city on a full server, it's going to be laggy. This brings me to a topic of discussion. Thanks, Woo. I needed a segue. Crafting tables in DragonFlight seem to unanimously be hated. From what I can gather, looking at any... Not that I really take much value in reading the comments on forum posts, but it seems to be pretty unanimous that nobody wants crafting tables. Nobody wants there to have to be a dedicated spot in the world where you have to go to do most of your crafting. Apparently, they're going to make some exceptions. They're going to make a portable alchemy table so that alchemists can drop down a portable alchemy table, craft a potion if somebody needs one. But it seems to be pretty unanimous that nobody wants to have to go to the main capital city to stand in a laggy main capital city to do their crafting and to do their stuff. So I wonder if this might be one of the first big sort of like, oi, Blizzard, no, we don't want this. This is not going to work. Because it's been relatively smooth sailing with the alpha so far. I'm surprised the alpha's been out nearly a week and nobody's had like a meltdown on something that Blizzard has done with the game. It's all been pretty positive so far, which is a surprise. But crafting tables seem to be one that is really kind of, you know, it's getting to people. It's getting to people. They're not impressed. It's a good idea, but the game performance might hamper it. No preach, no meltdown. Maybe something like that, maybe. If you think people haven't had meltdowns, don't go to r/wow. I never care. r/wow is just full of memes. There's nothing constructive in that subreddit. Nothing constructive whatsoever. I mean, that's kind of the argument for most of Reddit, but at least there are some subreddits where, you know, there is actually some constructive discussion. But WoW forums are even more fun. They went downhill, so well, yeah. They went downhill when the game launched. Yeah, that was the problem. Although I was paying some attention to what was going on them the other day. You know what we haven't done for a while? We haven't checked the community council. That's what we haven't done for a long time. Has there been any interesting community council posts of recent? This could be a squirrel that we really don't want to go down. WoW community council. What's been going on over here then? Okay, there are some of them that I've seen recently. The 500 mount reward one, which they've changed, by the way. There's now some ferret looking thing. Is it ferret or an otter? Where was it? Where's that thing gone? They've changed the 500 mount thing. I spotted this yesterday. Where's it gone? Oh my god, it's probably already been buried, hasn't it? With flipping Wowhead, and they're like, let's make one article into 20. Here we go. This puppy dog. 500 mount achievement reward has now been changed. Gives carrier Otuk mount. Looks like some otter or some ferret or something. Could they not have put the pictures the other way round? Really, Wowhead? You chose to put them in that way round? Put them the other way round and you've got a full picture of them now. Is that just... No, that's literally how they've decided to format it. Genius. Okay. Just put the... Alright, fine. It's a new model, I think. I'll give them that. It's a new model by the looks of things. It could very well have just been like, they were like, oh shit, we've been called out on our laziness. Quick, pull a new mount model from the vault that nobody's seen yet. If we end up with 12 reskins, 12 recolors of this in Dragonflight, we'll know we've been, we'll know that we've been scammed again. But at least at this moment in time, this is a somewhat new looking model. And it looks quite cool. I can't lie. It's pretty cute with its big old whiskers and its headgear on. This would be better because it's got a long body. This should be a two-person mount. Saying. Should be a two-person mount. Should be 2 seats on this because he's got a long body. Sit 2 people on it. Kind of like a sausage dog. Plenty of room on there for more than one. Scammed again, we'll never learn. Get 500 mounts and win a recolor that doesn't fly. A wild Hickons appears. A wild Hickons appears. How we doing, my man? How was your little, yeah, I know, I apologise. That's probably just blasted some people's ears. I need to remember to turn that notification volume down a touch. How was your little 2-year anniversary stream, Hickons? Hope you had fun. Did you shave your head? I didn't catch up with it this morning. Are you bald yet? Have you gone the way of all WoW players? Are you bald? Surely that's got to be a sub goal, right? No, thank God. Should have gifted some subs. Could have made it happen. But appreciate the raid, my man. Thank you very much. Welcome in everybody from Hickons' stream. We were just analysing the new 500 mount achievement. That they've changed it from the Grumpus to some otter ferret looking thing. I guess Otuk mount is probably meant to be like otter mount, I guess. I would assume. The carrier Otuk. I really do think it should be a 2-player mount though. Oh, it does things. Oh, I wonder what its special is actually. Mount special could be quite cool. We can actually see it like properly here. No, we still can't. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's a much better picture of basically the whole thing. Oh, he's not as long as he could be, is he? He could was expecting a bit more for a 500 mount. Well, it's better than the Yeti. It's better than their first attempt, that's for sure. Their first attempt of, oh, would you like a reskin of Grumpus? Well, no. not for collecting 500 mounts. You would hope there to be something a bit more prestigious. This looks good now. The fact that we don't know so much... This is blatantly pulled out of the vault of Dragonflight. And there's probably 12 of these in Dragonflight. This is the problem. You probably are going to collect it. These are the big walrus fishing dudes. What are they called? Somebody will remember the name of them. I can never remember the name of all these factions. But the big walruses that sell you the fancy fishing poles. That faction, that's probably what those things ride on, I would guess. The Kaluak. I think that's the ones. Or the Tuskar, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm mixing the two. But, yeah, it looks quite cool. I can live with that. Definitely better than a reskin of Grumpus anyway. That is for sure. Aren't there 4 to 5 of these? It might have been data mined that there's like recolors.
Let's make sweet profit together.
Hey! Tier 1 from the Hickons. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. Hey, there you go. You figured out your emotes. Good job, my man. Good job. Thank you very much. Is there any significant other changes that I care about? How do we get back to Wowhead's main page? Go to sleep now, Hickons. Get some rest. Get some shut-eye. The new alpha stuff, we've had Shaman talent trees kick in. We've had... Is there any info yet about... Because what was it? Cooking and... Oh god, I can't remember. Cooking and what was the profession? What was the profession that's in the alpha this week? Cooking and something. Class changes. New mount thing. Oh, was it specializations? Oh, so it was only... Oh, okay. So they're probably still just alchemy, blacksmithing. Now the specializations for them, and they've thrown cooking in the mix as well. Is there any info on that yet? Probably not, right? Probably not. Since Blizzard, in their infinite wisdom, have not given anybody that cares about professions access to the alpha. Good job there. No, this is all Wowhead recycling content. Okay. I was hoping we could dive into that a little bit today, but maybe not. Where's MMO Champion? I tend to feel nowadays that MMO Champion probably does a better job than Wowhead with his stuff. Because they just, you know, state what's going on. Oh, there we go. There's our little white armored river otter. Okay, it's an otter. I couldn't work out whether it's like an otter or like a ferret or a bunch of icons. Nothing much to pull from those. Although these Hearthstone pack icons, some new maps for some different places. Where are these zones then? It's a bit hard to tell, isn't it, really? Where's this one? Blackenhide Hollow. Oh, isn't the new Alderman dungeon on the alpha this week as well? That would be interesting to explore. Or at least to see some footage of it. Hopefully somebody does just like a full playthrough of that for YouTube. That looks like Alderman, doesn't it? Is that... Oh, no. Is that maybe a revamped... No. Maybe not. So they've added the Forbidden Reach, which is the Drakthir starting zone, and the Azure Span. Okay, yeah, here we go. Alderman, Legacy of Tyr. New refresh on the dungeon. So Zanzafal's many days of farming Alderman for ultra rares may pay off if, you know, the original Alderman gets changed. I believe Max has been streaming the new dungeons. I would imagine Max would probably be doing something like that, yeah. Developer note, this week we've removed the Azure span zone to allow alpha testers to focus on the Dracthyr starting experience in the Forbidden Reach. The 2 new level 60 dungeons, the profession changes, and the talent revamps. So they give people who care about I am so salty about this that nobody or very few people in the community have been given access to alpha. It's really the more I look at it, the more it frustrates me. But even still, with each phase, we encourage players to make a new template character to avoid their previous characters, as they could be in a broken state. A level 58 Dracthyr template, level 60 character template, and a level 60 max. Okay. Revamped the shaman talent trees. Good for shamans to dive in there and have a look. And then profession stuff. So cooking. Firelord Nomi is back, and well versed in all of the new cooking recipes for Dragonflight. He's located next to the other profession trainers in the Valley of Strength in Orgrimmar and the Trade District in Stormwind. Players can interact with Firelord Nomi to both train their cooking skill and obtain the reagents needed for cooking recipes. Get on it, Samadan. Do it. Do it for the masses. In this alpha build, alchemy and blacksmithing professions now have their specializations enabled. Unlocking the specializations requires 25 skill in that profession. If I remember correctly from Samadan's little alchemy video, you basically got all of the alchemy recipes from the trainer by the time you hit skill 25. Past 25 with alchemy, at least, you then needed to do the daily research to learn more. But it seems like this 25 skill point is a threshold that might be a thing. Once unlocked, players can spend specialization points to unlock various bonuses in their profession. For the purpose of the alpha, we've added a consumable Professor Instructor's Top Secret Guide on the associated profession dude, which gives 50 specialization points. Below are a few specialization paths for alchemy. Potion Master. Improve at crafting potions and related alchemical stones, gaining +1 crafting skill per point in this specialization. Oh, you're going to be able to multi-stack these. Batch production. Master the art of producing potions more effectively, gaining +1 multi-craft. This is one of the new skill point. This is one of the new. I think there's 4, maybe 5 new skills that you can gain points in. Inspiration. Let's see if I can remember them. I tried to do this yesterday. Inspiration, resourcefulness, multi-craft, crafting speed, and one that's not really crafting but perception might be one for the gatherers out there. So potion master or batch production, so you can kind of go craft better or craft more. Better or more seems to be the 2 directions you can go in. Weaponsmithing, improve making weapons and large tools, gaining 1 crafting skill in the specialization. Long blades, improve making long bladed weapons such as swords, glaives, sickles, gaining 1 crafting skill. Okay, so it looks like with blacksmithing at least, you may have to go either armorsmith or weapon, like a tree, right? Weaponsmith or armorsmith, and then they'll branch off to even more specialized areas, I would guess. This is kind of the thing that concerned me, right? If they want to lean heavy on specializations, and they want to make it so that the only way that you can make the best of the best stuff at the beginning is if you are heavily specialized into that thing, then there needs to be more than just like 2 options, right? If there's only 2 options, it doesn't matter, because 50% of people will do one, 50% of people will do the other. People that really care will just have 2 alchemists and they'll do both. if the specialization tree has lots of branches on it, then you can the actual effect of being specialized is more prominent. So it sounds like they're going to do something like that. If they break it down to, like, if you go armor crafting, then go like, oh well, I want to be good at making like specifically legs, or main body pieces, or secondary body pieces could be like belts and gloves and braces and stuff. The problem Alchemy's got, though, is it doesn't matter how many specializations you have. If the things you're crafting are going to be sold on the regional market, don't matter, because there'll be 50 other people, 100 other people able to do exactly what you can do. Specializations only work if you limit the amount of people that, have access to each specialization, which will be the case when you're crafting stuff that can only be sold on your server. But if what you make then goes onto a regional marketplace, it doesn't matter. It honestly doesn't matter. This is kind of a bit of a problem I see with specializations for alchemy, specializations for enchanting, subsections of jewel crafting, because let's not forget jewel crafters, they make gems. Gems is a big thing, but gems are a commodity thing, so you're going to be listing them against everybody else. But rings, necklaces, the jewelry that jewel crafters make will be localized on a per server basis, so you might be able to carve out a niche for yourself there. But okay. God, I so wish I could, just hop on and showcase this more effectively, but maybe not. Anything else we got going on here? Dragon Glyphs. Hello? Collect the dragon glyph near the crumbling life archway. Are these... These sound like flight points to me. An expansion feature. Or is this part of dragon riding? But these feel like locations. They sound like locations. Collect the dragon glyph near the overflowing spring. These sound like locations, so some sort of like flight point sort of thing maybe. Impressive how we went a whole 2-year expansion without an epic gem from jewel crafting. Yeah, they've just canned Shadowlands so hard. Like, at this point, it doesn't look like we're getting rank 8 legendary in unless they pull something out the bag in the next 2 weeks, which doesn't look likely. There's going to be no upgrade for legendaries in any way, shape, or form. Your rank 7 291 legendary is just going to be it. And what was a feature that was meant to be like a super prominent feature and has kind of been a prominent feature through the expansion, they're just leaving it in the dust, which feels really odd. Maybe you have to unlock the ability to fly your dragon in each of the zones. Oh god. Maybe. There's already debates that people want dragon riding like everywhere. Make 3 legendaries equipable. The problem with giving people the ability to equip a 3rd legendary is that is going to be incredibly powerful for some classes and not for others. That's the kind of change that requires an overall balance pass. So that, there's not... Because if there's some synergy that can be had between those 3 legendaries... And this is why I feel that we were all forced to have a legendary belt to begin with. And that the 2nd legendary that we can equip was dictated to us. Because if they give us free reign... It's just another reason for them to have to do a balance pass on the classes. Because if you can build some synergy between 3 legendaries or 2 legendaries, Some classes are going to snowball that effect and just be like doing disgusting things, whilst other classes that don't have that perfect synergy are just left in the dust. Looks like Shadowlands crafting was just the prototype for DragonFlight. It's been rumoured that they've been working on DragonFlight since before Shadowlands was even launched. And you might not be too wrong with that. You might not be too wrong with that at all. But if you look at what Shadowlands is from a crafting perspective, it's just bare bone. You go back 2 expansions. You go back to Legion. Look how much they've done with the professions in Legion. You had quest lines. You had, I think Legion was the first time they used the ranking system. So like the 3-star ranking system, you could rank up your profession, and then you could craft. The big benefit of that was obviously that you had you had the ability to reduce the crafting cost of making the same thing if it was a higher rank pattern. You go back 2 expansions and the professions were so much more built out than what they literally are today. Shadowlands is a backwards step for professions. Optional reagents were added in Shadowlands. Yeah, optional reagents, I feel that they wanted to do more with optional reagents, it feels, in Shadowlands. Anybody that saw early Shadowlands beta footage, there was a lot more optional reagents. There was like you could throw 20 different things on a piece of gear to make it do. You know, there was like bonus swim speed and all sorts of weird things that was going on. You could tell they wanted to do a lot more with optional reagents, but the crafting system just didn't really support it very well. Hence now why they're, you know, refreshing from the ground up how crafting works. They can be a lot more creative. They can have a lot more optional reagents used. There's the finishing reagents. There's a bunch of stuff they can do now with a revamp to crafting that they couldn't really properly do in Shadowlands because the infrastructure wasn't really there. That's kind of always the case. The development circuit of expansion begins before launch, and they're already working on the next one. Yeah, there's been a few instances in WoW's history where the development cycle isn't like totally chronological. For example, Legion was meant to come out before Warlords of Draenor. But for whatever reason, they decided to switch them up, which is why Warlords of Draenor felt pretty rushed, and it had no content in the end game. And also then why Legion felt very full, because they'd been working on Legion for ages. Like literally twice the amount of development time had gone into Legion. It was a big part to why those two expansions just felt a bit weird. They felt as if they were meant to be the other way around, and that's because they probably were. And then obviously we have BFA, of which we will not talk about. Dragon Racing. Complete all of the advanced races. Normal races, obtain gold in the normal races, obtain silver in the normal races. I hope they do something fun with this. I hope this isn't just the same as what we had in Mr. Pandaria with the dragons. I obviously can't see this firsthand, but I want this to be more sort of like silly. I would rather this be more like Mario Kart level silly. Than being overly serious, trying to push. Ranked times. Oh, they're going to try and make it all serious, aren't they? This dragon racing needs to be Mario Kart-esque. You know, get 2 or 3 people flying around on their dragons. Transmog your dragon. Make him look cool. Throw banana skins at people. Rumors that there'll be rankings on the racing. Well, it says here there's like get silver ranked time. The tooltips are indicating ranked times, so there might be some sort of leaderboard. I hope they do it like Chocobo Racing, where you can breed your dragons. The how to tame your dragon memes are going to be real. Want to sell dragon racing boost? I'm a rank 1 dragon racer. That could be quite funny. There's not much to take from this. This is all just bronze, silver, and gold. Bunch of quests. Collect 40 fish during 1 session on the river rapids. Rewards a toy. A Tuskar dinghy. You get a little Tuskar boat as a toy. Feats of Strength. Challenger 1 Dragonflight Season 1. Earn the rank of Challenger 1 during Dragonflight Season 1. Challenger Combatant. Crimson Combatant. Win rated PvP matches. This is all PvP related stuff. Be good at beating other people. GG. Carrier Otuk. Name has been changed from the placeholder of the White Armored River Otter. See, this is what makes me think that this is going to be a very generic mount come Dragonflight. Because its original name of the White Armored River Otter. Then they're going to do a Ruby Armored River Otter and an Onyx Armored River Otter. They've given it a fancy name to make it look like it's not just a generic mount from Dragonflight. Yes, Manthias, you're being cynical. Yes, I know. But I've seen this before. Companion, pilot. What's this pilot going to be? Oh, the duck. Oh, you can get the duck. The ducks are here. the duck is going to be a companion. All the memes of when they first launched, we got that first trailer for Dragonflight, and everybody was like, yeah, great, dragons, but look at the duck. The duck is going to be called Pilot. They better have ones with hats. Ducks with hats. Duck with a pirate hat. Duck hunter pet. Oh, if hunters can have ducks. Yeah. And then, and then they turn Swarm of Crows into Swarm of Ducks. If you have 2 duck pets as a hunter, Swarm of Crows gets turned into Swarm of Ducks. See, Blizzard needs to have more fun with the game. Look, I thought of that in like literally 3 seconds. Scrooge McDuck pet for having over 20 million gold. That would be a cool one. Because what's the there's the chicken for having 1 million gold, right? What's his name? Francois or something. You can get the chicken if you turn up to him and show him 1 million gold. You can get the Scrooge McDuck pet for having 20 million. That would be funny. Bunch of druid changes. If you're a druid, take a look. If you're not, who cares? Evoker doing some stuff. From what I've seen of the Evoker class so far, it's broken level OP. Where's the chicken? It's in the middle of the BFA zone. Where's it called? I can show you exactly on the map where it is. Colterus. Hang on, can I show you exactly on the map where it is? Turisgard Sound. I can't show you exactly. Round here somewhere. Round here somewhere. There's the Norrington Estate. Yeah, there we go. Round here somewhere. There's a chicken standing in the estate area. If you can click on. It looks like a regular companion pet. It looks like a regular companion, but if you click on it, you can like show it your wealth or something, and if you've got more than 1 million gold on you, you get the pet. There we go. Woo coming in clutch with the Wowhead links. This thing, here we go. This little chicken fella here. There we go. I was pretty much spot on with my on the Norrington estate. You go and show him. You go and show him 1 million gold, and you get the chicken pet. He'll probably tell you in here somewhere, won't it? Remember, he won't interact with you unless you have 1 million gold in your inventory. You can get him for free as long as you. It does. You still keep the gold, by the way. You don't. You just have to have the 1 million gold in your inventory. But it's quite a cool little Easter egg, I suppose. Men pet heals for 50% of its total health. Good. Bunch of mage changes. Obviously a bunch of shaman stuff because the talent tree is now in for shamans. If you play shaman regularly, take a peek at that. I would guess it would be of interest. Warrior changes. Anima powers they're changing for shamans. Aerated mana potion now uses a rusing air instead of an awakened air. Oh, because an awakened air was like you have to take 10 rusing airs and to make an awakening air. That would have made your mana potions super expensive. That makes more sense. Changing some cast timers on some of the crafts. Refreshing healing potion. Name changed from steaming healing potion to refreshing healing potion. Now uses rusing frost instead of. Okay, that's made the basic potion much cheaper, which it should be. It's a basic healing potion. Ysera's Hearty Brew. Recipe for 2 servings. Actual number of servings will vary based on your cooking skill. So we can see here actually what some of the meat's going to be. 1,000 bite piranha. It's going to be a fish. An Islefin Dorado. Ironfield dories. Mighty mammoth ribs. A massive long word that I can't pronounce. Potato. And assorted exotic spices. Vendor mat. The potato and the spices are going to be vendor mats, right? Almost for sure. Engineering changes. Oh, these have been data mined, but these are not even accessible on the alpha. So what do we got going on here, engineering-wise? An engineering gun. Not very descript. Arc-light capacitor. Battle-ready binoculars. Pair of goggles. Spark of ingenuity and primal chaos. These primal chaos keep popping up all over the place. I reckon these primal chaos, you know, could be, dare I say it, these could be like your, these feel very much like your arboreal shards, you know, these primal chaos. I keep seeing these popping up all over the place. Not necessarily just for, enchanting. So I don't think it's like, you know, like it's not a regular crystal. I have a feeling that might be a high-ticket vendor mat. Name changed from fireworks to blue fireflight. Uses tattered wilder cloth. This is the new cloth, apparently. Bottomless ore satchel. Made by engineers. So... uses one of these artisan metals. These artisan metals are going to be the bottleneck for most crafting, I feel. That's how they're going to limit people from just going crazy mode with crafting. Is they're going to provide crafters with some material that's just a limited resource, and you have to choose how you spend it. Name changed from Tier 2 leather bottomless ore satchel to just bottomless stone crust ore satchel. So that's a Tier 2 one.
Hello,
so there's going to be... it looks like engineers are going to be making bags, look. Engineers might have... engineers might become the new tailors. Vori, thank you very much for the hello. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Bronze Fireflight, bundle of fireworks, calibrated safety switch, some cannon, centralized precipitation emitter. Difficult to work out what all these things are going to do so far just by their names. They're changing some of the reagents and cast times and stuff on it. Whoa, all of these things are now up to a 10-second cast. Oh no, please don't. 3.5-second cast. They've... oh my lord, okay. It scares me when we see anything being changed from a 2-second cast up to a 10-second cast. Okay. Because there's ultimately no reason for that other than... yeah, okay. Why do we even have cast times for crafting at all? If you, especially if you're doing things that use limited resources in the first place, just press the button. It doesn't make any sense. Grenades. You know, your usual engineering grenades. Giggle goggles. Name changed from Knoll Noggles to Giggle Goggles. What in the world are you... perceive the world as if they were ruled by gnolls. 60-minute cooldown. Okay. What? The I win button, MK10. Oh, it's an explosive. That's going to be like just another boring grenade that nobody ever uses. An airstrike remote is now called the I win button Mark 10. Nice. Long cast timers has been one of the theories for dealing with work orders. I don't think long craft timers really need to be a thing. If you have the materials and the ability to do something, just do it. The only reason I feel that they're going to extend the craft time on stuff is to reinforce the need for the new craft speed stat, right? All it's going to do is, it's like we're going to give you something, we're going to make a problem and then sell you the solution to it. We're going to add a stat into the game that increases your crafting speed, but we're going to make everything slower in the first place. They're selling you a problem to fix what they created. Why is everything going up from regular default 1.5, 2 sec? Like everything here, 5-second craft, 10-second craft, 3.5-second craft, 10-second craft. Why are they upping the time? They're upping the time it takes you to craft everything to make the effect of stacking crafting speed be more beneficial to you, just to bring it back down to the times that we had previously. If you need to make long craft times for a system to work, the system has more fundamental problems. I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head with that. The only reason I can feel that they're extending the craft times on all of these is just to make the effect of the new craft speed thing, you know. They again have a solution that's looking for a problem. Yeah. Oh, this is a haphazardly tethered wires as a finishing reagent. I'm really intrigued to see what some of these finishing reagents are going to do. Because the finishing reagents are often things that will be, I guess, quite expensive to use when crafting, but will offer some significant buff to what it is you're crafting. The crafting talent tree is probably going to have lots of crafting speed bonuses. You might be right. You might be right. If it they might have been running short on things to do to really fill out a full talent tree. So they're like, right, we'll make a problem and then we'll sell you the solution. Profession equipment. They've felt the need to take it from a 2-second craft up to a 3.5-second craft. Why? It uses an Artisan's metal. That's going to be a limited commodity. We already know that that's going to be a heavily limited commodity. Why do we need to increase the cast time from 2 seconds to 3.5? For any other reason than to just make it more annoying? Magazine of healing darts. An optional reagent. What do we reckon a magazine of healing darts could end up doing? Is that going to be, something that you could use when making potions? I do hope that they really go deep with these optional reagents and make it so that every profession can craft something that might be useful to another profession. Really kind of make a nice little web of the professions. A multi-tool. Another profession equipment. Using once again the Artisan's metal. Neural Silencer MK3. Makes you immune to some annoyances. Persists through death. And lasts 12 hours. Are they trying to make Auction House PvP an actual thing? Tinker class confirmed. Making you immune to some annoyances. We already saw some. What was it we saw yesterday? Where I jokingly said that it's some essence. You drop down some essence and it sends everybody to sleep. You drop down a sleep bomb in the middle of the crafting zone, and everybody that's standing there, crafting potions is going to instantly fall asleep. Then they sell. You can counteract annoyances by using one of these. Neural silencers have been a thing before. They just block misdirects and priests' grips. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm looking at it from the wrong perspective. Add a 2-minute cast time. Add sleeping bombs so people can interrupt it. Wouldn't be surprised. Oh dear. Oh dear. Useful when you have a priest in the raid that's a little bit too happy with his life grip. Oh, okay, fair enough. Annoy the competition meta. Could be. Could be. I know, I'm just thinking outside the box. Because I can't think inside the box because I don't have the key to the box, Blizzard. Not salty at all. Portable alchemy table. This is going to be made by engineers. Oh, well, that's going to annoy alchemists, isn't it? That's going to annoy alchemists. That even their portable alchemy table is made by engineers. So if you do want to make a potion, you're going to need to buy something off an engineer first. A Roosing Air and a Roosing Frost. They ain't cheap. A portable alchemy table is not going to be cheap. Alright, sure. Portable engineering table. So that you don't have to go all the way back to flipping main capital city to craft a potion. Engineering may be not useless for once. Most of this sounds pretty much like engineering is today. The problem is that most people don't use engineering for what engineering is really capable of. And within the goal making community especially, engineering kind of gets memed on pretty heavily because usually a lot of this stuff is kind of cool for you to use, but there's rarely much that is profitable to like sell. There's definitely a problem though. That most people that do Mythic Plus, for example, feel that it's almost mandatory to be an engineer nowadays, which is a bit of a problem. Kind of ironic because engineering is one of the biggest goal makers for old world crafts. That's true. All of the mounts that you can make, there's lots of really cool transmog like guns and stuff you can make as well. Half the issue with engineering is that you can only sell the decent crafts to other engineers. Yeah, that's also true. The fact that you've always needed engineering in the first place to even use half the stuff. So yeah, that kind of diminishes any profitability pretty quickly. But your portable tables for alchemy and engineering seem to be made by engineering. You would kind of have assumed that the portable alchemy table might have been made by alchemists themselves, but maybe alchemists are not that lucky. Quack E. Requires Dragon Isle Duck Feather. Robotics. It's got the tag of robotics. Maybe that requires... maybe robotics becomes one of the specializations. Quacky is clearly going to be a mechanical duck pet. I mean, it makes sense, right? Maybe robotics then becomes the specialization, one of the specializations for engineering. Reinforced machine chassis. Oh, please make it so that we can make different stuff. Please make it so... Molly, Ducky, yeah. Please make it so that engineering can, like, just build a bunch of parts. Like, who remembers Meccano from back in the days? Meccano was, like, real men's Lego. Rummage through scrap. Rummage through 5 pieces of scrap and able to find usable parts. Some sort of make engineers almost a gathering thing. Make it so that they can scavenge for parts. And when I mean scavenge for parts, I don't mean pick up a grey item that's worth 3 copper. Make it so that they can gather and scavenge something that's actually useful. Might make it more justifiable for everybody to feel that engineering is kind of mandatory if you do Mythic Plus. That you can scavenge through stuff and actually maybe make it worth a little bit more. Alpha yet? No, unfortunately not. No. Sad face. Blizzard doesn't love me. Spring-loaded capacitor casing. Profession equipment stuff. See, this is going to feel weird. It's going to feel weird if engineers make their own profession equipment. Because engineering equipment really should be something that somebody, you know, blacksmiths should... I suppose it is thematic that engineers make a lot of the profession equipment, I suppose, but... Unfollows due to not pro streamer at all. Yeah, I'm just scum level streamer, apparently. Oh, well. One day. Welcome in, Jack. Hope you're well. Tinker Alarmo turrets. Breath of Natharian. Grease grenades. Grounded circuitry. So tinkering is clearly going to be one of the specializations. Wormhole generator. It's back, boys and girls. It's back.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Oh dang, what a spring early summer. Finally summer. So I am lost, like been out way too long, so I need an update, winking face.
Thank you very much for the tier 1, appreciate that, on your 7-month streak. Yes, it is finally summer. I think some people in some parts of Europe are thinking it's yet more than summer. It's like they've been given 2 summers in one go. I need an update too. Blizzard doesn't love me. Blizzard didn't give me alpha, so I'm trying to work it all out through the data mined content as much as possible, but it's ridiculous. Like, have 2 summers in one go. It's no surprise to see the wormhole generator come back again though. 38 degrees? That's actually madness. That shouldn't be a thing. In Belgium. It should not be 38 degrees. Absolutely should not. It's I don't know what it's comfortable in Finland. It's about 23, 24 today. It's comfortable, not 38. 38 is a little bit more fake country. 38 is not comfortable, not unless you're able to sit in a tub of ice. On that note, actually, I do need to go grab a drink. I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes, boys and girls, quickly. I've been terribly bad at pressing the add button on Twitch recently. So I'm going to press the add button for a minute while I go grab a drink, and then we'll dive through Inscription. I'm paying a lot more attention to the professions that aren't even on the alpha anyway, to try and just, you know, gauge what may be coming. But occupy yourselves for 2 minutes. Maybe hit that sub button, see what it does. I hear it does magical things. And we'll be back again in 2 minutes. Right then. Where are we at? Is Belgium the country that has 3 official languages and 1 million branches of government? Yeah, something like that. Interesting place. Right, what's Inscription got to offer then? Inscription, Alchemist's brilliant mixing rod. Artisan metal times 5. Oh my days. Okay. Rip Alchemy. There ain't no scribes early days that are going to want to spend all their artisan metal on these things, I tell you that much. Sigils, lots of sigils, inks, runes. Runes and sigils are apparently a thing. Cliffside Wider Drake manuscript. Head main triple head horns. Oh, dragon riding stuff. Is that going to be like transmog for your dragon? Comes through Inscription? Okay. That's an interesting take. Contract for the different areas. So here, well, there we go. There's a sneak peek to exactly what the factions are going to be. The Centaur, the Consortium, the Dragon Scale Expedition, the Tuskar, and the Valdraken. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 4 zones, right? So it's probably 4 zones and then, I don't know, 1 overarching faction for everything. Core Explorer's Compendium requires a spark of ingenuity. It's a weapon. It's got the tag of weapon anyway. Cosmic Ink. New Dragon Isle ink. Codex of the Isle, probably doing exactly the same thing. Talent switcheroonies. Darkmoon booster packs. Is this how they're going to do Darkmoon cards then? Instead of making... Well, I mean, I guess they're just going to call it a booster pack, right? Dragon Isle Mysteries requires 5 artisan metal. Oh, snap. This could just literally dumpster the Darkmoon meta. There's not been a single expansion in the past, like, 5 where the first big gold-making meta hasn't been Darkmoon cards. Now, if they are to use artisan metal... Can you explain what you think this artisan metal is? I can hopefully do more than that. I can hopefully show you. They quite clearly stated that this is going to be a commodity that's not unlimited. Where is it? Blizzard Tracker. Hang on. Let's go to... Hang on. No, it was literally there. No, I want the actual post. DragonFlight Alpha. Alpha development notes. Blah, 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 blah. They're the ones we've just looked at. Blah, 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 blah. Profession specializations. Hang on. Please hold. Okay, I can't find it. Yeah, can't find it. Great, excellent. Where's the... Does somebody have the link to the actual blog post for this? How did I end up here? What button did I press to the fact I've ended up here? I need to remember to save all of these things when I spot them. Right. Was it this one? Was it this one? Right, here we go. Recrafting an Artisan's metal. Recrafting allows you to take most Dragon Isle crafted gear and take another shot at crafting it. It requires the original item, a subset of the original trade reagents, plus in Dragon Isle's crafting, a special profession earned reagent known as Artisan's metal. This is going to be soulbound to the crafters. It's going to an invaluable reagent with a myriad of uses, included for recrafting Dragon Isle's equipment. But there's going to be some way for you to acquire these, but it's not going to be unlimited. So the likelihood is this is where you are going to get. You're going to probably know that you get X amount of these. Let's just say 10 of them a week. Whether it be through doing a quest, whether it be through scrapping something, who knows? It's going to be limited in some way, shape or form. And lots of the crafts that are important and big are going to use this. Yesterday, when we were looking at Alchemy, we saw there to be 3 significant uses for this. You could either use it for your daily research. Your daily research to learn something new used this Artisan's metal. Alternatively, you could use it in the top tier crafting of flasks. And there was also another use for it, and I can't remember what it was. Was it maybe the transmutes? I can't quite remember. But either way, it basically means that you're going to have to choose where you use these. Oh, fulfilling work orders. That was the other one, sorry. So you might look to use them to fulfill work orders for others, because fulfilling the work orders will give you skill points. So if you've only got a certain number of these, and you can only get a certain number of them, you're going to have to choose how you use them. So when we see things like this, when we see things like the Darkmoon booster pack, that's going to take 5 of them, it's going to mean that scribes are not going to be able to stand there all day long turning herbs into inks, into Darkmoon cards, into decks. That's not probably going to be something that you can just churn out in an unlimited quantity, or, you know, if you can buy the herbs, whatever. You may only, a single scribe may only be able to press this button and make a Darkmoon booster pack once every so while. We don't know what the timings are. We don't know what the timings are going to be on this, but this Artisan metal is sprinkled through the professions all over the place. It's sprinkled through them in places that's going to mean that you're going to have to choose where you use them. Are you going to choose to use it to skill up your profession? Are you going to choose to craft a one specific thing, or are you going to use it somewhere else to craft something different? Yeah, this is slipped under the radar a little bit. Maybe because Blizzard hasn't given many people access to the goddamn alpha. Damn, I just arrived for the bad news. Well, the truth be told is that the meta could very quickly end up being just make lots of the one profession. It could mean that having 12 scribes running at the start of DragonFlight, so that you can craft up as many of the... Where's it gone? So that you can craft up as many Darkmoon booster packs and build as many Darkmoon decks as possible may be the good thing. You don't know. It's hard to work out where the meta will be and what degenerate things people will do to get around it, but Also have to choose which crafter you spend time on to gather them, since they're going to be bind on pickup. Yes, see, this is the thing, right? It's a bind on pickup reagent. You're not going to be able to share them, so... Recrafting allows you to add, remove, or change the optional reagents in the gear. Any optional reagents that are replaced or removed will be destroyed in the process. Also allows you to raise the quality, blah, 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 blah. As mentioned above, Artisan's metal is required for recrafting. This reagent is soulbound and can only be earned in limited quantities through various crafting and gathering activities. During a crafting order, either the customer or the crafter can provide it. So this is going to be the bottleneck for most people being able to industrialize their professions, right? There'll come a point where you have to choose, right? I've got 10 of these. I can either use them to skill up my profession, or I can use them to craft a small number of these things. If decks get limited like that, at least there's the hope there'll be high ticket items. True. See, this is it. Like, any form of limiting factor that's put in place will only serve to keep the prices higher for longer. But it does also mean that by them being soulbound, that you're unlikely to easily be able to have just, you know, that low level crafting alt that we saw in Shadowlands. There's been virtually no reason for most players to level their crafting alts, apart from the crafter's marks. If you're tailor, a blacksmith, or a leatherworker, sure, you probably needed to be 60. You at least needed to be in some of the endgame zones for a little while. But professions like Alchemy, professions like Inscription, have had almost no need to level them. You could max the profession out, sit at level 50, craft a bunch of stuff, still have some use out of them. This is probably going to mean that you are going to need to spend a reasonable portion of time on any character that you wish to do profession stuff with. For Darkmoon, you're going to want Herbalism and Inscription, so you can get the metal from gathering and get to use it in the crafting, at the very least whilst leveling. It depends, yeah, because obviously it does state here, through various crafting and gathering activities. We don't know what those are yet. We don't know what these activities are that's going to allow us to get these. We then don't know how many of these that we need. We can start to see, though. We can start to see when making a Darkmoon booster pack requires 5 of them. When making a single Alchemist's Brilliant Mixing Rod is going to take 5 of them. So if you want to make a piece of profession equipment, it's going to take 5 of a limited resource to do it. You got to choose where you spend them. With Alchemy, like I said, we saw a couple of things. We saw your daily research needing the Artisan metals, and we saw the high-end flasks needing the Artisan metals. And presumably, I've not looked in too much detail with things like blacksmithing, but I would guess the higher-end crafts there are also going to use them as well. Some barrier to entry is better than none. Oh, yeah, definitely. I don't mind these sorts of things as long as they're balanced and are not too gross. Just a thought, we're all thinking this as individuals, but with crafting orders, you could literally just put up an order for the booster packs and get a more casual crafter to fulfill it. Maybe. That's a big maybe. That's a big maybe, because the work order system may not necessarily extend to everything. The work order system, they've already said, the work order system is going to be primarily for things like, you know, armor and weapons. It may not necessarily be for little things like that. You may not be able to put in a work order for somebody else to make you a Darkmoon booster pack. If you can though, this is where work orders have the potential to make some people some gold. If you're a casual scribe and you have a few artisan metals lying about and there's a work order for a Darkmoon booster pack and there's a 2,500 gold, let's say there's a 2,500 gold tip or commission as they're calling it, that basically works out as 500 gold for each of your artisan metals. Will somebody press the button? Will they see 500 gold for each one of these items worthwhile to them? Maybe. Maybe they'll become sort of like a... They'll be a... Although it's a soulbound item, just kind of like how back in the day, people would always have to assign a gold value to things like Expulsum. Expulsum was soulbound, but you still had to value it in some way. And what value did you give towards it? We'll have to see how it plays out. I'm going to keep my eyes open for just how frequently these things are used in crafting, though. So we've got a bunch of missives. Aurora, Fever Flare, Fire Flash, Harmonious, Peerless, and Quick Blade. No surprises, they've used the regular tags on this. So your missive gets to... Missives just do missive things again. Draconic Treatise on Alchemy. Profession, Specialization, 5 Artisan Metal. Is there one for every profession here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mining, tailoring, leatherworking, junecrafting, inscription, herbalism, engineering, enchanting, alchemy, and blacksmithing. These are... Oh, God. Oh, God. Is this going to be a way for people to buy profession specialization points? That's got to be what this is. That's got to be what that is, right? If you can... If this draconic treaty... If this gives somebody with that profession the ability to gain specialization points, and like we were discussing a minute with the work order system, if you are a jewel crafter and you want more specialization points, you put in a work order for a scribe to make you a treatise on jewel crafting, and at that point you are basically buying talent points. Which undermines literally the entire point of any of this. Because once again, gold becomes the limiting factor. He who pays the most gets the specialization points. Oh, Lord. I so hope I've got that wrong. I so hope I've got that wrong. It might be a book to learn the specialization. Maybe. On the alpha, it was you get to skill 25 before you can learn the specialization. So maybe. $20 says Blizzard goes smooth brain and does just that. Oh god, I so hope I've got that wrong. I mean, damn, it would be a good time to be a scribe at the start of the expansion if that was the case then. If you can take 5 artisan metals and fulfill a work order to some thirsty blacksmith that wants to power level their profession and is willing to pay 20,000 gold for a few extra talent points. A written work dealing formally and systematically within a subject. Yeah, they've used this sort of tag before. Previously, it was like +5 skill points. But the fact that it's specifically got the tag there of profession specialization, of that it could be a way to buy specialization points. Well, okay, time will tell. Time will tell, but I really, really hope I've got that wrong. I really hope that's not what I think it is. That would be okay if the recipe is gated behind Revered or Exalted, as it acts as a bit of a catch-up for people. That's true. If getting the access, if scribes have to do something pretty special to get this in the first place to fulfill the work orders, there's a time gating aspect of there. If the scribe has to get, yeah, if the scribe has to get to Exalted with somebody before they can buy these, maybe. Kind of like the contracts as well, you know. The scribe has to get to Revered with that faction themselves before they can make the thing. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe there could be some limiting thing to it as well, that the scribe would also have to be, you know, that same profession. I don't know. Oh, I do hope I got that wrong, though. Maybe I went off the deep end with that, but I really hope I got that wrong. I really hope that isn't a way to buy specializations or points for them. Explorer's Barding Manuscript, that's a dragon riding thing. Flaming Ink, this is going to be one of our new inks, probably our rare ink. Flourishing Ink. How many new inks is that then? There's Flaming Ink, Flourishing Ink, and Cosmic Ink. 3 new inks that we can work out. That sort of makes sense, there's usually 3. Island Drake Manuscript, more dragon riding stuff. Illusionary Parchment, some scrolls. Arcane Burst, Chilling Wind, Shadow Orb. Not too sure what those could be. Kinetic Pillar of the Isles, requires a big boy reagent. Makes a weapon though. Scribe's Fastening Quill, Profession Equipment, 5 Artisan Metal. So it looks like all the to keep some value in all of the profession equipment as well. It looks like they're going to be one of the choices that you have to make with your Artisan Metals. Also requires Dragon Isle Duck Feathers. Scroll of Sales. Summon a vendor of general goods. Hello? What is going to be a pentagold seal? Okay. Summon a vendor. 2x4 farms? Yeah. Anybody got a scroll of sales? I got to vendor these greys. Why would you... Well, it's probably less because you can always just, you know, mount up. But it depends what they sell. It says general goods, but that could be interesting to see what they actually sell. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if it summoned an auctioneer? Oh! Oh! My brain just exploded. It sells Brutosaurs? That would be crazy. You can't always mount. Good for inside instances. True. True. That vendor only has food and drink on the alpha right now. Oh, okay. Got to kill ducks to make stuff. I'm out, not worth. No, you don't have to kill a duck to get its feathers. Oh, hang on. Serene ink. That's a 4th ink. That's a 4th ink. Why have we got 4 inks all of a sudden? Is it maybe a different ink for every... Oh no! Are they gonna make milling really boring? Are they gonna make it so that each herb gives you a specific ink? Ow, that could be really boring. Part of the fun of inscription and part of the fun of milling is that it's not quite, you know, easy to math out. Ow, if they make it so each individual herb gives its own ink, that's really boring. I can see it happen. Or maybe flourishing ink is when you combine all 3 of them together or something, maybe. Okay, I use the word milling and I use the word fun very loosely, but, you know. X herb gives Y ink. No, that's just dull. Rare ink, more rare ink, more rare ink, more rare ink, maybe. Vantus rune, no surprises there. A warm rune. Okay. That was inscription then. I goddamn hope that this doesn't mean what I think it is, but it's definitely a common thing that these artisan metals being used in chunks of 5. Leatherworking then. What's leatherworking got to show for itself, considering you can't see it on the alpha just yet? Sentinel Belt. This is probably... requires salamander scales. Oh, salamantha scales. They've changed the name of it for some reason. Scale boots. Artisan sign. Those pentagon seals again. And rock fang leather ×2. To make an artisan sign. What do we reckon that's going to do? It's a toy. Do we reckon it's going to allow you to drop down a toy that will say, look, I'm an expert crafter? Salamanthius scales? Maybe, yeah. Some green gloves. Whoop-de-frig. Jeweler's toy apron. Oh, that's profession equipment. Okay. Lavish herbalist's botany pack. There we go. There's more profession equipment using this artisan metal stuff, but only one this time. Only one artisan metal, but a couple of crystal spine fur. For reference, like the balancing of all materials and everything will change 25,000 times before the game goes live, so I'm not paying too much of a interest on, you know, the balancing of materials yet. Profession equipment, profession equipment. All the profession equipment always needs this artisan's metal. Some boots. Training cap is another profession equipment thing. Regular mail armor. Profession equipment. It looks like leatherworkers are going to be big on making profession equipment, though, by the looks of things. There seem to be lots of entries here for the profession equipment. Ooh, mining. We're getting into some of the gathering stuff. The gathering stuff is interesting because we've not seen any of this so far, or at least I've not anyway. Draconian deposits. Draconian deposits are rarely found on the Dragon Isles and often in rugged or hard to reach locations. Molten Draconian deposits. Rarely found in the Dragon's Isles in rugged or hard to reach locations, they're sometimes imbued with primal flames, particularly in geological active regions. Be aware. For although these deposits provide valuable roosing flames, their heat will deter all but the most daring of miners. Eh? What's this about? Will deter all but the most daring of miners. That could be a bunch of things. That could, okay. Rich Draconian deposit. Rich deposits are particularly dense with ore, greatly increasing the mining yields. That's no different to what we're used to. Refine Draconium. Refines 5 Draconium ore from quality 1 to quality 2. So you can take 5... Oh, okay. So there appears that miners are going to have the ability to upscale their ores. You can take from tier 2. And then you can take 5 tier 2 and make it into a tier 3 by the looks of things. So 25 tier 1 is the equivalent of 1 tier 3. It feels. Which will maybe go some way to how they're priced. Because when you look at things like Desolate Leather and then Heavy Desolate Leather. So 1 Heavy Desolate Leather is 10 Desolate Leather. Which usually means that Heavy Desolate Leather is 10 times the price. Because you'd have to buy 10 pieces of Desolate Leather to make a Heavy Desolate Leather. This probably means that a tier 1 material, let's say a tier 1 material's 10 gold, your tier 2 of that same material would be 50 gold, and your tier 3 of that material would be 250 gold. We'll create price floors and ceilings on the auction house. All of this seems to be skilling it up though, and I'm hoping that that's a one-directional transaction. Because there's always a problem if you can combine something and break something down. If you can go in both directions, there's a problem. If you can go in both directions, there's no point in having 3 different qualities. Without there being some tax for doing it. This was the problem with enchanting early days in Shadowlands beta. That you could take dust and turn it into shards, and you could take shards and you could turn them into crystals, and then you could reverse the process and end up exactly where you began. Which meant that it's kind of pointless having 3 materials at that point. Just have 1 and have recipes use a multiple of them. If you can make higher grade materials out of lower grade materials, that's fine. No problem with that. Although I do think it should be the other way round. I do think it should be that you can take higher quality stuff and break it down to lesser quality stuff if you wish. Going up is usually not a good way of doing it. Because it's more of a case of... Because then the rare stuff isn't actually rare. You know, the higher quality stuff then isn't really higher quality. Because for every... the floor then becomes, how quickly can I get 25 tier 1 ore? If I can get 25 tier 1 ore quicker than I can naturally get a tier 3 ore, then I don't care about getting tier 3 ore, because I can just get 25 regular tier 1 ore quickly. But if it's the other way around, if, you know, every time you get that tier 3 ore, that you can break it down into the lesser quality stuff if you happen to be missing the lesser quality materials and just need them. Or you can sell that higher quality ore to somebody that actually needs the higher quality ore. Breaking stuff down is sensible, but leveling things up is usually not. Just like if you take a crystal and break it into 3 shards, and you can take 3 shards and you can break them down into... You can break each one of them then down into dust. You should be able to take something good and turn it into more lesser good things. But taking 25 easy to acquire bargain basement cheap shit to turn it into, you know, 1 tier 3 good thing probably will diminish the value of that higher quality thing. This is why heavy desolate leather is always 10 times the price of desolate leather, because you can always have access to desolate leather and you can always make it into heavy desolate leather if you want. I don't think I agree with this. I think this should be the other way around. Is that going to be the same for all of it? Is that going to be the same for skinning? Is it going to be that you're going to be able to refine 5 quality 1 hides or scales gathered from creatures and turn them into 1 quality 2? Oh no, it's all the wrong way around. It's all the wrong way around. Hides, leather, scales, yeah. Okay. Hang on, what the hell is this? Why are you making... Skinning is making fishing lures nowadays? Okay, sure. I suppose it makes sense. It's more thematic than just buying them from a vendor, I guess. Good thing for casual players who just want to raid or do dungeons, but not good for the goal makers, I guess. No, it's not. It's not even good for the casual players. It's not even good for the casual players because it diminishes the it diminishes the effect of having higher quality stuff in the first place. If you can always turn basic shit into good shit at no cost, the good shit is then only relative to the cost of more of the not so good shit. It's not good for anybody. Makes sense, like getting meat from the skinning. Yeah, it does make sense than making the lures. And then finally, fiddle with Draconian fabric cutters. Having mastered your craft, perhaps fiddling with your tools will stimulate your mind. Only the guarantee is their destruction. Spring-loaded... Requires spring-loaded Draconian fabric cutters and a Draconian needle set. Does this mean that tailoring is going to have, just like Alchemy, that tailoring is likely to have some sort of because they're experiments, right? So this is going to be some sort of daily cooldown again to maybe learn something new. Okay, cool, fine. We can work with that. There's quite a lot of little changes there. Then, not all of them do I think straight away. I think the refining stuff for skinning and mining. Interesting that there's no. Interesting that herbalism isn't there. Maybe herbalism was already added previously and I just missed that bit, but. I do think that this is the wrong way around. I think it should be that if you find something that's of greater quality, you should be able to break it down. I don't think that skilling, like smushing a bunch of shit together to make something shinier is the right way of doing it. But that's, I guess that's arguable. I really, really hope that I got this wrong. I really hope this isn't a way for players to buy skill points from scribes. I really hope this is just what you... Maybe you need one of these. You just straight up need one of these to unlock your specialization tree. if you are a blacksmith and you've got 25 points and you want to unlock your specialization tree, then you need a treatise on blacksmithing, and you have to get it from a work order from a scribe. That will make Inscription a lot of money if that's the case early on, because people will hit 25 skill points quite quickly. They'll want to unlock their specialization, and then that will be the first thing they'll turn to the auction house to buy with a work order, will be one of these. Bunch of new inks, bunch of new contracts, pretty much same-o, same-o. Engineering's looking quite fun. What we were able to gather from engineering is, for some reason, they're dramatically slowing down the speed in which you can craft things with engineering. I hope this is not a sign of things to come, that they slow everything down just to make the new crafting speed stat make sense to actually, you know, use. Yeah, there we go. Interesting. Interesting. What else we got? Miscellaneous changes. Flight masters, blah blah blah. Got the names of the new dungeons: Brackenhide Hollow, Halls of Infusion, Neltharus, Random Dungeon, Ruby Life Pools, Tazagarth Academy, the Azure Vault, Knockhood Offense, and the new Alderman. Map stuff, more map stuff. The otter mount, thanks for getting 500 mounts, have an otter. I really hope there doesn't end up being 12 different colour variations of this otter. I really hope that now that they've put that as the 500 mount achievement, that they just say, right, that model is done. Let's not use that anywhere else. Let's at least allow the achievement of having 500 mounts mean that you actually get a unique mount, not a recolor. I think there were like 5. Oh god. Oh god. But some don't have armor. Alright, sure. Let's see if Blizzard learn. Do people not do Blizzard maybe not realize why people were pissed off about having a reskinned Grumpus? It's not because they didn't like the mount. They like the Grumpus mount. There's nothing wrong with the Grumpus mount. What they don't want is an achievement for collecting 500 mounts be a slight colour difference to reaching Exalted with one faction. The achievements are not equal. 500 mounts should be like some outrageously like golden flipping. It should be an outrageously cool mount. It should be store mount level. It should be better than store mount because make it a golden penguin. Yeah, something really simple. A Bruto. I almost did say the word Brutosaur, but that would just, that would have been counterintuitive because that would technically be a reskin. Magic Rooster 2.0. A reskinned cock. Maybe. A magic duck. Yes, just a giant magic duck. There's got to be a duck mount, right? They've got to lean in on this. They've got to realise that people were like, oh, ducks. Ducks are cool. A chocobo? What, just to really piss off the Final Fantasy fanboys? You know what? We're going to put a chocobo in. It's fine. To be fair, the cock mount, The magic rooster is not far off a chocobo in the first place, right? Same-ish. Almost. Give me all the duck. A spectral duck. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. The hawk striders. Well, yeah, the hawk striders, I suppose, are basically chocobos, aren't they? Some new scenarios. And that's that's the new stuff, apparently. Some DragonFlight feedback on the invokers. I've not seen enough about them. Several times now I fell off an edge with no way to open my wings because I had no vigor and I just slid down the mountain and died on impact. Yeah, that probably shouldn't happen. Oh, the XP level changes. Zanzibar was talking about this a little bit yesterday. They've dramatically switched up the speed in which we're going to level. The required experience per level, that's a change. So it's going to be much quicker. You're going to get to level 5 without, like, literally you'll blink and you'll be level 5. But overall, getting to level 10 is actually technically a slight increase in experience needed. But then 10 to... They've increased the amount of reputation that you need for all levels up to level 30 for the most part. But then once you hit level 30... This is probably because they want to slow down the early leveling a little bit more than it is currently, because it's in the first 30 levels where you gain all of your abilities. They probably want, you know, that journey that you go through when making a new character. You got to remember they do this from the perspective of a brand new player to the game, right? From a brand new player to the game, they probably, when they start dishing out like, you know, every time you ding, you're getting a new ability, a new button to press. They probably have increased the amount of experience you need on the first, like from 10 to 30, to give people more time to work. And with the new talent trees, yeah, exactly, to give people more time to maybe test things. If they just, because when you go from 1 to 30 now, it's such a rapid fire. It's just bang, 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 bang. Every 10 minutes you're getting a new button to press. And you don't really have time to think about it. If they slow down this first stage, but then make up for that once you've got like a good chunk of talent points and you're you know, if you're playing a mage or a hunter or a paladin, by level 30, you'll probably have the core components of your build there. Then they can speed up the leveling process, because then it's more about, right, well, let's just get to the end game content now. So from that point on, they've said, right, this is also where you get flying at 30 as well, don't you? So they've basically said that, right, once you've got flying, your character is mostly built. You've got the key components. You've probably got enough talent points to have done some stuff on the trees. Then let's just speed shit up. Let's just get from 30 to like 50, and then from 50 to 60 really quick. This is this graph is a little bit misleading though, because the amount of XP you need per level when you hit 60 exponentially increases. Like, for every 1 level that you go is the equivalent of like 3 levels previously. So it's no surprise that they've dropped the amount of experience you need from 50 to 60. Because there's no reason for 50 to 60 to take like 8 hours once we hit DragonFlight and everybody's actually trying to get, you know, to 70. They want 60 to 70 being the, you know, the, right, now we slow down. This is the new content. They want you to get to 60. I guess that's probably the theory, right? They want to slow you down initially at the beginning, just so that you feel that by the time you hit level 30, that you've had enough time to play with all of your new buttons, work out like your basic rotation, how the class kind of plays. You get flying. And then the mindset is, right, you've got the core components now. Now let's just get you to 60 and get you into the new content. I guess that's kind of why this is a thing. So the old XP that was needed to get from one level to another. You can probably see it here actually. You can see once you start getting to level 50, you're needing 100,000 plus, 100,000 plus, 100,000 plus. Then soon as you get to like 50, it goes from being like low 100,000s to like low 200,000s, 300,000s towards the end. So like every level, like 56 to 57 is like the equivalent of 3 levels that you were used to getting previously. So they slowed you down massively. This is current Shadowlands, for example. So when you're leveling from 50 to 60, you need monstrous experience. Now they've tried to smooth it out all the way up to 60. So these numbers, although they sound like massive deductions, it's just in it, you know, just to try and like make that leveling the same all the way up to 60, really. You go from like needing like 40,000 experience all the way back here, and still, you know, 40, 50, then 60 into your mid 50s. It slows down right at the end, but then in comes the, right, now it's one level at a time, grind out to 70. One thing I'm looking forward to is not having to level up in Shadowlands ever again. Just chrome me time to another dungeon, another expansion. Yeah. I think it's weird that they're still pushing BFA as the default experience. They must really feel internally that the BFA leveling experience is good. And I don't know where they get that opinion from. Because anybody that's done it a few times will probably tell you it's not good. BFA is not the most... It's not the best leveling experience, but Shadowlands has been the worst leveling expansion so far, in my opinion. I'd take BFA over any day. I don't know, because, well, let's not forget how many people have actually done Shadowlands in the way that it was originally intended. The second you unlock Threads of Fate, there's no reason for you to level through it normally again. Shadowlands, I don't think, was that bad. You work your way through the zones, you complete the zones, you take in a little bit of the story along the way, and then you ding max level and you're unfortunately off to the moor. The problem is Threads of Fate is so powerful. There's no reason to not do Threads of Fate, and Threads of Fate is the quickest way to level, but it's easily the most boring, because it's only slightly quicker than doing the main storyline through the zones and the regular quests. But it's hella boring. It's all totally disconnected. You go, you know, you level up at the moment and you go from one zone to another doing basically nothing more than a handful, maybe 4 or 5 side quest missions, which mean fucking nothing. And you do a bunch of bonus objectives and maybe chip away at a couple of world quests just to push you. You're just playing fill the bar. This is the problem why Shadowlands leveling is so boring, because you're just filling the bar. Once you fill the bar, you move to the next zone and you fill the bar again. There's no journey there. It's just a case of it's just a grind. But Threads of Fate is the most optimal way to level if you're just trying to do it quickly. That's probably why Shadowlands is not fun, because the optimal way to do it is the least fun way to do it. They should have made the storyline the optimal way of doing it. Sure, if you want to do it slowly and you want to just dip in and out of it, do Threads of Fate. Bang out a bonus objective here, whatever. But the actual main storyline, working your way through the zones, in my opinion, should always have been the more optimal way to level through. Because you actually play the game and you start, you know, you're being introduced to the factions and stuff. Threads of Fate is just like, yeah, I've done it before, I just want to do it fast, but it's 10 times more boring. Worst part was having to do the more intro on every well, yeah, that was not a great decision. That was not a great decision by Blizzard. But this smoothing out of the leveling process all the way up to 60 was an inevitability. But I do kind of like the fact that they've slowed down the first, because especially if you, well, I suppose you're not going to be starting with an allied race, are you, if you are brand new to the game? But I do like the fact that they've slowed down the first 30 levels to give people the ability to actually kind of learn their class. Because let's not forget, not everybody has played this game for 10 years. If you are brand new to this game, at the moment, your first 30 levels may happen so fast that you have you're getting new buttons faster than you've learned what to do with the last button, kind of thing. So slowing the first 30 levels down a little bit for some, you know, character development. And then once you've got most of your toolkit available to you, they're like, right, okay then, let's just get there now. Instead of grinding out all this experience points like we have to do now, it's more of a case of, right, let's just get you to 60 now. You've got the toolkit, you've got flying, let's get you to 60. And let's just rock and roll. Being introduced to the factions for the 10th time would also be hella boring. Yeah, I guess. I mean, if they just let us do more things on a single character anyway, we might not feel the need to level up so many alts. But that's just a natural downside of an MMO, really. So yeah, 1 to 10, the experience has been reduced. The experience from 10 to 32 has been increased. But then 32 to 60, it rapidly speeds up again to just push you to quickly push you to the end game. Makes sense. Makes sense. Arena World Championships, don't care. Dracthir customization, don't care. Oh my god, my poor mouse wheel. Oh my god, then it does the exact same for okay. You can have pink hair, blue hair, green hair, no hair. Don't care. Right, okay, move. Body types, pronouns, sure. Class tree changes. Oh, this is hunter stuff. I won't go through the hunter stuff because if you're not a hunter, you don't care. Don't understand why all characters can't have all of the gathering professions. Like, why can't I walk past a rock and hit it with a hammer or pick up a flower? I've been a big advocate for a long time now of them making gathering professions just baseline. I don't see why gathering professions can't be like cooking or fishing. If anybody can pick up a fishing rod, surely anybody can walk past a flower and pick it up. There's not enough depth to gathering professions to make them stand out. Legion was going in the right direction. Legion was kind of getting there in terms of that they actually made some substance to the gathering professions. You had ranks of mining. They integrated seams, which were often hidden in caves and in dungeons and stuff that were a little bit more lucrative but a little bit rarer. They had the, you know, you'd occasionally whack a rock or pick a flower and a bunch of bees would pop out of it, and you'd have to kill the bees, and then you might get some bonus materials for killing the bees. They were kind of getting gathering professions right all the way back in Legion. Oh, seeds with herbalism. I totally forgot. Like, seed raids became a thing. They were kind of getting it right back in Legion. And then they fucked it up with BFA because they stripped out half the good stuff. And in Shadowlands, it's about as dull as it possibly can be. So they've gone backwards. They've gone backwards with gathering professions. So much so that they're just dull. They're just dull. They're just boring. There's nothing to them. There's no substance there. Just make them baseline. Make everybody be able to pick up stuff. I can't really see any significant reason why why they're so against them going baseline. I don't know. I can't possibly think of a valid reason why having them be one of the 2 professions a character's able to have. I've even seen some people go as far as sort of stating that, well, maybe we can have 1 gathering profession and 2 primaries. Just give us 3 profession slots so that we can at least have 1 gathering to go along with our, you know, regular professions maybe. But I could understand them not wanting to give us 3 professions, so just make gathering baseline. Tailors and everybody else can pick up cloth. Why does everybody know how to take the clothes off, to loot cloth and silk from things, yet you can't walk past a flower and pick it up? It doesn't even make any sense. Now, I know it's been a thing for the longest of time, but I've also had an issue with the fact that everybody can gather cloth, yet you have to specialize. You have to be super skilled in picking up herbs. Doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Everybody should be able to pick up herbs. Everybody should be able to run past a shiny ore node and go, I tell you what, looks like there could be some gems in there. You could even keep the gathering professions as, if you take the gathering profession as your primary profession, you are just better at it. But they could then still make, you know, regular herbalism, regular mining baseline. For example, if you just run past an ore node, anybody can whack the ore node and get some ore out of it. But if you are an actual miner, you can not only get the ore from it, you can then maybe take the ore and smelt it into bars to sell them to blacksmiths. If you're an actual miner, you don't just get ore, you might find some gems in there that you can then sell to the jewel crafters. They could make it so that the gathering professions, if you take them as a primary profession, mean more, but everybody can pick up herbs and everybody can pick up the basic stuff if they need to. It's just a restriction for the sake of having a restriction. It takes 3 seconds of, you know, creative brain usage to come up with a solution that's better than what we have now. Do it as an extension of garrisons. Everybody can do it at a base level, but you can specialize more with. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it just you can if you really want to be a miner and a herbalist, and you want to be able to do that to the utmost of its ability, then take them as your primary professions. But if you want to be a jewel crafter primarily, but you want to run past a piece of ore and get some basic, or you know, ore, why wouldn't you be able to do that? You had that in vanilla where you'd get gems from mining. Yeah, this is my whole point. Like, in the last few expansions, they've not gone forward with the gathering professions. They've gone many steps back. So they've gone so many steps back that they really should just make it baseline. But anyway, that was a side rant. You can have pink Dracthirs, look. You can literally run around being pink. Oh my god. You're going to have pink dragons all over the place. Accent, colour, strengths. I mean, this customization is great and all, but I still don't think the dragons look very dragon-like. It's just a human that's got a dragon suit on. This doesn't look like a dragon to me. This customization is a little bit better. But if you were to take this and you were to just like cover the head part, well, that body looks very much like a, you know, like a regular human body, right? Take the head off it. Sure, it's got wings. I get the fact it's got wings, but for the most part, it's pretty human-esque, isn't it? It's not. You're not playing as a dragon, I don't feel. You're playing as a human that's dressed up as a dragon. It doesn't matter how many different variations of skin tones and like scales and shit you put on it. You're still a human in a dragon suit. And all the more when you start putting boots on them and braces and you start putting armor on them. If you didn't see that these dudes have dragon heads, you know. Okay, the back end of them with a tail and stuff makes it, you know, I don't know. That's kind of why people are hating on this model. Yeah, it's too human. It's too human. People IRL pick up shiny things all the time, not knowing what they are, and then take them to people that are skilled in knowing what they are in order to find out if they have something good or not. It's true. Would flood the market with millions, then you just upgrade the bottom grade 5 to 1 up to the good stuff. There would definitely be a few things that would need to be smoothed out if they made Gathering Professions baseline. But the annoying thing is that now is the absolute perfect time to make Gathering Professions baseline. They're revamping the professions pretty much from the base up in the first place. A change of that magnitude to the way that the game works and how people know it would be absolutely best done now. Because they don't want, you know, it seems silly to do all of this work refreshing the way the entire crafting system works. And if you're a tailor or a leather worker or an alchemist or an engineer, you have this fancy new crafting system. But if you're a miner, you're still just whacking rocks. There's going to be nothing, and it's going to mean that those professions are left even more behind in, you know, the fun aspect of professions. Now is the perfect time to say, right, everybody can whack rocks and everybody can pick up flowers. Everybody can skin an animal. Everybody can pick up cloth. If you really want to specialize into doing those things, you can assign one as your primary profession and there will be bonuses to doing it. But at a basic level, everybody can do it. Then you have 2 profession slots to do fun things, right? You can have jewel crafting and you can have... It also alleviates the fact that everybody feels the need that they have to have engineering. Especially if you do Mythic Plus, you feel like you absolutely, definitely need engineering to do the end game content you want to do. And if that's the case, then you only have one profession. What are you going to pick? Are you going to pick something like jewel crafting that could be fun and provide you a way to like craft armor and stuff? Or you're going to pick up mining so you can whack rocks in your downtime. Why does High Mythic Plus need engineering? Engineering just has utility. It's the utility that engineering offers that's super beneficial. The wormhole means you get places faster. If you're going from one mythic dungeon to another, you can get there faster. Battle res is the biggest one. The fact that you can res somebody up if you don't have somebody in your you know, that can do that naturally. There's the utility that engineering tends to bring. It's yeah. So you want to pick up everything and then just 10% of it is actually usable. Then it's a convenience thing and not because it's logical. It would reduce the complexity and destroy markets as well. That's why it's an actual profession. Well, that's maybe taking it to... That's maybe a bit strong in the opposite direction. It wouldn't be that you pick up everything and only 10% of it's useful. Like I said, with the new quality system, it's super easy. It takes 30 seconds of brain power. It's super easy. If they made herbalism and mining baseline, but a baseline profession, you can only get quality 1, quality tier 1 materials. If you want to have the ability to get quality 2 and quality 3, you're going to have to choose to take it as a main profession. Solved. Done. Everybody can pick up stuff that they run past. They're going to get the basic stuff. It's going to mean that they can put it on the auction house or they can use it themselves in a very basic fashion. But if you want the good stuff, you got to specialize. Picking it as your main profession could be the way that you specialize into mining or you specialize into herbalism or skinning. There is a happy medium between just taking them away as professions or having them as like dedicated professions. There is that, you know, not everything needs to be totally black and white about it. Most popular mains usually end up with engineering and alchemy. Alchemy for the double duration on flasks and stuff, yeah. And then engineering for its utility. That means that those players, in theory, could run around and pick up some very basic herbs and stuff and have it as a nice little way to make a bit of gold. Anyway, maybe we'll flesh out that theory a little bit in more detail in the future. New round of developer interviews. Was this the one with Mr. GM? I know this is probably a little bit old at this point. This is a few days old, but like I said, I'm still playing catch up a little bit myself. Gameplay wise, Shadowlands taught the team that they need to help players avoid stuff that feels like a chore. No more daily, weekly routines or checklists. No stuff that you have to do whether you like it or not to stay relevant in your preferred content. Play the game you want, do the content that you enjoy. Well, they say that at the beginning of every expansion, don't they? They say that at the beginning of every expansion, and then, you know, before too long, we have our job list. There's going to be 4 new Dragonflight dungeons and 4 old dungeons that will make up the initial Mythic Plus list. Temple of the Jade Serpent, Court of Stars are 2 of the ones that the team is looking at right now. Legion Mythic Plus Time Walking was an experiment that helped to validate that changes are being made for Dragonflight. That specific experiment is now over. Okay. The team wants to continue expanding the time walking. We'll probably see BFA time walking at some point during Dragonflight. Makes sense. It will be 2 expansions old at that point. Time walking raids will be added. Outdoor time walking is something that the team talks about from time to time due to all the scaling tech they have now. We came up with this idea a little while ago for the entire leveling system. Leveling from 1 to what will be 60 in Dragonflight should be just like a mini Chromie time story. Chromie, you know, tells you to go to this zone and to help these people. That, you know, they just cherry pick a small part of the story out of that expansion and link it all together into like a little leveling experience. You get your abilities, you learn your class, you get a bit of an overview to what happened in the last 17 years. You know, you start off in vanilla, maybe you start off helping some dudes in some area of Eastern Kingdoms. You then move on to Burning Crusade. Maybe you go help out in Zangarmarsh for a few levels to you know, learn a little bit of the story there. Then leveling should be told through the eyes of Chromie. Because they have that scaling tech, they can do that. They can scale any zone in the game to be relevant to you at any level that you are. That scaling technology should be utilized, and they should make the leveling experience much easier. Because even with what we saw earlier with the leveling, you know, slowing down the first 30 levels, but then speeding up the last 30 levels, forcing new players to do all of it through Battle for Azeroth. It's like, why am I being forced to play through Battle for Azeroth? I've just bought Shadowlands, or I've just bought Dragonflight. Why am I being forced to play an expansion that's 2 years old that people didn't like when it was new? Like the new player experience of having to go through BFA, having to do it, you know, slow mode, not being able to fly the entire time because you haven't got the Pathfinder ability. So even when you hit 30, you're slower than everybody else. The leveling experience is trash. They should really use this scaling tech to, you know, do something fancy. They can do it with time walking. They can level any content to you. And that's how the, you know, the initial storytelling of the leveling should probably be. Do whatever you want. I just want to buy, craft, and sell stuff. No dailies, no shit. Yeah, keep it simple. Keep it simple. Team wants to give players a reason to revisit the last 18 years of content that's out there rather than spending all of your time in the newest content. Boom. Exactly what I've just said. Allow people to level up the characters through the eyes of, you know, Chromie. You know, Chromie is telling you the ways of how things have been through the last 18 years. They can structure the story so it makes sense and that it's fun, while still allowing them to, you know, send you to the different areas of the game that have been created. It's kind of, you know, they're halfway there. They're halfway there. You can go to Chromie and you can say, right, I want to level in Northrend. And you can play through Northrend from 1 through till 60. But it still feels a bit, you know, it doesn't feel right. It's like, why am I here doing all of this for you? Like, you're a character that doesn't even, like, won't even exist in 5 minutes. It's the Chromie time as it is today is a really good way of showcasing the technology they have. I just don't think they're using the tech that they have very effectively. But it's good that they kind of, you know, it's good that they do want to use the last 18 years of stuff they've made. It's always a bit sad to see it just gathering dust. They're happy with a great vault. Sure, no surprises there. Cross-faction and region-wide gameplay. The crafting order system will likely start server-wide rather than region-wide. This is a big question that people have had, right? So the work orders are going to be server-wide to begin with. Browsing a region-wide listing would be messy and not a great experience. So, what we know, what we can very clearly see by that is that given the option, given the option, they would like the crafting system to be region-wide. Given the option. It's not an option because they don't have the ability to do it in a nice way. Yet. That's a big thing to take away from that. That's a yet. This is what they want. This is what it's going to be because they haven't worked out a way to do it the way they actually want to do it. The ability to go find somebody directly in person or to get something crafted will remain region-wide. If you watch the actual interview, it comes across as undecided. Was this the one? Was this actually the interview with Mr. GM? It's about an hour long, though. This is a bit long to react to on stream. It took me 2.5 hours to watch a 20-minute Samadan video yesterday. If I start trying to watch an hour-long Mr. GM video, we'll be here for days. The team is slowly moving to a more interconnected world, with the expansion of cross-realm play helping to move to a place where what realm you are on doesn't impact your ability to experience the game. Yeah, you can very clearly tell that this is what they want. They would, if given the choice, they would just get rid of all individual servers and just have one massive expanse. But I wouldn't take it as a given, though. That's all pinch of salt. It's always with Ian. Yeah. Yeah, what, you know, he's well PR trained. US and EU crossplay would be a very large technical undertaking. Yeah, this is a foundational problem. Games of, you know, there are current day games, far newer games that have no problem with players connecting to each other on a global scale. But that is because it was built from the ground up to do that. I would imagine that for World of Warcraft to integrate the two they basically like are two, they are so separated, EU and NA, that having any connections made between the two is probably would just break everything. So I doubt this will ever happen, unfortunately. Roughly 50% of groups formed recently that are doing instances have members of both factions in them. That hasn't eroded faction identity so far. The team wants to continue to expand cross-faction play, but is cautious as it's a one-way path. Once it's rolled out, they can never take it away from players. Yeah, kind of like flying. This has been Blizzard's approach to flying for the longest of time. They gave people flying all the way back in Burning Crusade. By Wrath of the Lich King, they regretted giving everybody flying. But once you give somebody something so powerful, it's remarkably difficult to take it away without causing problems. Guilds are likely to be the next logical cross-faction step. It won't happen with the release of DragonFlight, but maybe during the expansion. That's big. That's big. We have you know, cross-faction communities now. Cross-faction guilds, though, would be big. That's big news. That means literally it doesn't matter what character, what race you want to play, whether you are Horde or Alliance, you can still join up and you can still do instance content together as a group of mates. Solid. Definitely should be a thing. Updating the first few dungeons for new players to be a better experience is probably something that the team should do at some... Yes! 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 Putting people at level 10 in a Tol Dazar when they do not have stuns or interrupt is a terrible idea. It is tragically bad experience. Absolutely horrendous. Last time I leveled up a character and, like, you know, for science, did it through BFA, tried to, you know, replicate a new player experience. Level 10 in a Tol Dazar is cancer. 50% of the groups or more are just going to collapse by the first boss. Give them 1,000 times damage at level 10. Yeah, it doesn't matter because you don't have the tools to deal with those dungeons yet. There's a reason why, you know, Rage Fang Chasm or whatever it was called is like the most simple dumb instance that you can just walk through and just pew bosses, because you don't have the toolkit to deal with anything else yet. Yeah. The goal is to give the Starter Edition players a taste of the content that World of Warcraft has to offer without needing to purchase anything. Great. There's still a lot of work to do to make the game friendly for new players. New systems could be more explanation. Could use more explanations. This is probably why the experience curve has been changed. To give those players within the first 30 levels more chance to just work out what the fuck is going on. Where are all these new buttons coming from? How do they, you know, this one's got a cooldown on it, this one, oh, this one apparently interrupts an ability, what's that do? You know, it gives new players a little bit more time to learn. But then once they have the toolkit, just super speed them to the end game content. That kind of makes sense. It does feel like a bit of a hack to the leveling system, though. This is always the problem, that every single expansion that comes and goes when we increase in levels, you know, this is why we have to have a squish every 5 years. Because otherwise it just feels so janky and unbalanced and just terrible. With modern reputations, the team is looking at the rewards and determining if they can be made account-wide. Why the fuck not? While still leaving room for some items that are part of your character's progression. Yes. 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 Just yes. The surprise that comes from encrypted content being unlocked with the patch is nice. Yeah, not everything should be data mined. I know I know with what I do, I'm part of the problem, but I do agree that not everything should be data mined. Everything should not be made apparent first. Mr. GM's questions were very on point with this interview, to be honest. It's definitely one I'm going to have to watch through then. Bringing the team in from that other place that I can't name will help the team's content flowing at a steady pace to avoid long gaps between content. Smaller patches, more frequent patches, just, you know, little mini events and shit. It doesn't take a lot. It doesn't have to be a monstrously... Every patch doesn't need to be a new raid and a new, you know, new tier of content and a new refresh of the gearing. Just give us, like, little, every other week, like, little world events that pop up. Kind of like the seasonal events that we have in the game. But just more of them. And new ones. We've done flipping Brewfest every year for the last 18 years. We're done doing Brewfest, you know? Why have we not had any new seasonal events that are really, you know, push the seasonal events, make little mini things. They don't have to be huge, monstrous content patches. Just small little things that, oh, right, this week there's this world event out in flipping, I don't know, Sholazar Basin. There's a I don't know, all the animals have gone crazy in Sholazar Basin. Go and, you know, do something. Doesn't take much development time, doesn't take much, like, effort. But keeps things, you know, fresh and interesting. No plan changes for allied race unlocks. The team is looking to raise the 50 character slot limit. An annual gorilla call? Something like that, yeah. Something like that. This could be big for goblins specifically. Now, this usually happens whenever a new class is added. Because what happens to that very small percentage of people that already have 50 characters and now they want to roll one of the new ones? Do they need to delete an old character to be able to make a new one? Arguably, the 50 character limit is a bit of an arbitrary thing anyway at this point. Like, really, does it matter how many characters you make? I guess you've got to, in some regards, you've got to put an upper threshold on it. But 50 is like, if you have, you know, if you just have one of every class nowadays, you're halfway there. So I guess upping this would be handy. Especially for me with Project Pet. I'd love to, if they upped it to 100 or 200, I'd love it, because then I could do all of Project Pet on one account. Job done. Just make it a limit per realm. Well, it used to be a limit per realm. You used to be limited to, like, what was it, like 10 characters per realm, but 50 characters on the account. And they lifted the realm restrictions because people were hitting that all the time. I'm already having trouble storing all of the gold with the 50 character cap. Goblin problems, right? Goblin problems. Oh no, I've got 500 million gold and I don't know where to keep it all. Oh no. Big problems. That's an argument that will go down well on the forums. Oh my god, could you imagine? Yeah, keep that to yourself. I had to delete alts to save my evoker names. That's quite clever, actually. DragonFlight theme and gameplay then. Returning to a more inviting and exploration-themed vibe will be nice. Without an overwhelming existential threat in your face day one. The threats will appear over time, but early Mr. Pandaria feeling is what the team is going for here. Oh, okay, because, see, Mop was very sort of slow and lethargic to get going. You know, you were just in the jungle and you were helping out a few people in the jungle and stuff, and as you kind of worked your way through it, then it was like, oh, okay, there's some shit going on here, but it was pretty chill to begin with. You know, the tillers, you get introduced to the tillers and you're just doing some casual farming. It was a lot more chill. That's good to hear. that kind of Mr. Pandaria vibe. Not everybody agreed with the whole panda jazz, but that sort of vibe is quite cool. We like that. By the end of 10.0, you'll have a good sense of what the final boss of the expansion will be. Okay, that's good. So it'll grow on you. DragonFlight's going to be a grower, not a shower. Okay. Can work with that. Talents then. New talent system should help build diversity. The current alpha talent trees are very rough numbers. Lots of tuning to be done. Always the case. Team wouldn't be surprised if there's some builds that don't go all the way to the bottom of the tree, but just branch out in sections more. Team is talking about how to handle talents that modify the ability, blah, blah, blah. The talent trees to me look like, what's that game? Is it like, what's that game? It's often that stupid gambling game, isn't it? You know, where it's like a diamond shape and you put a ball in at the top and it bounces down and it ends up in a thing at the bottom. The talent trees just look like one of those, you know, those grids, like that. Well, pinball to a degree, sure. Pachinko, that's probably the one I'm thinking of, or something along those lines. Where wherever you put the ball in to begin, it's got an equal chance of ending up at the same place. It would be nice if your talent trees did go off in a direction and you could say, right, well, I'm going to go off in that direction, but by going off in that direction, I can't necessarily get to the bottom of the tree. Have fun with it, Blizzard, but, you know, balance is a thing, so. Team started out the design process with one tree, but realized they could do a class and a spec tree. Makes sense. Allowing the sharing of talent builds in-game will be helpful. Oh, God. Oh, God. This just means you go into a pug, right? You're going to go into a pug, and you're going to pull a boss, and you're not going to top the DPS meters. And then out of nowhere, you'll get a whisper. Use these talents, noob. And they'll just link your talent build. Oh, dear. Legion artifacts were cool because they had different shapes and worked out well. Yes, Legion artifacts were very cool. You should never have got rid of them. Buffs. Too much complexity when building a group trying to make sure you have all of the buffs. There can be too much complexity. Bring the player, not the class, right? It should be cool and exciting to be in a party with a shaman to get their buffs. Heroism, anybody? Loot rules. Personal loot is working well for the large majority of the game. For the large majority. There are definitely subsections where it's not, though. Having loot distribution be a social function makes sense and warrants further explanation and experimentation. We'll hear more about this during DragonFlight development. Wasn't it the Asmongold? Was it the Asmongold interview? Where he just straight up asked, can we have Master Loot back? And Ian Hazakosis turned around and said, it's not a hard no. Or something to those degrees. You can tell that they're getting so much stick for this personal loot system. And it's a constant thing. And it won't go away until they do something about it. Team wants professions to feel like a pillar, just like PvP, Mythic Plus, and Raids. There should be the same level of goals to pursue. Yes! Absolutely 7 levels of yes. I tell you what, Blizzard, I'll do you a deal. Give me an alpha key, and I'll give you all the feedback you could ever need on the profession system. I will help you craft professions into PvP, Mythic, and Raiding. We'll take that golden trio, and we'll make it a foursome. We'll make it happen. Just give me a goddamn alpha key. Mega dungeons are working out well. Almost like 5-player raids. Give space to explore things that aren't main plot. I think what they should do with the mega dungeons as well is not design the mega dungeons to be broken in half and turned into Mythic Plus dungeons. I'm going to be honest. I think one of the big reasons I don't care very much about dungeons anymore is because every dungeon feels the same. Every dungeon feels the same because they can't be creative with dungeons because they have to fit a formula that is going to work with Mythic Plus. Which basically means it's like one pack, next pack, kill boss, dungeon done. They could do some funky things with dungeons. They could be far more creative if it didn't have to fit the Mythic Plus theme, I reckon. Have your dungeons that are very Mythic Plus focused, sure. But the Mega Dungeons is where they could really start doing some silly things. If they have no intention of ever turning the dungeon into a Mythic Plus dungeon, I'm quite sure at that point they can do some pretty fancy things. Outdoor dungeon, sus. You could do something like that. Mechagon was kind of hard. Not Mechagon. What was... not Mechagon. The other one. Oh, I can't remember its name. There's been a couple that have been able to do outdoorsy sorts of stuff. I mean, Mechagon technically was outside, at least at the beginning, so... Oh no, Alpha Goblin ends up with 10 million gold. 10 million? That's rookie numbers, mate. Rookie numbers. Rookie numbers. 10 million. Creation Catalyst. The team was happy with the Creation Catalyst. It allowed for ults and catch-up, but also some bad luck protection. Potential changes for the Creation Catalyst might be the timing related to it. Yeah, I thought the Creation Catalyst was too slow. Not having it activate until 8 weeks after the patch launched felt like a long time. It felt like such a long time that people were already done with the patch. And would have moved back on to do other things. 8 weeks felt like a long time for it to kick in. I meant the span of the alpha with the alpha pot. Oh, I see. Okay. PvP gear, yeah, great. Character customization, yeah, great. Professions. The very best crafted gear will be bind on pickup. But, before you all cry, but you can use work orders to have another player make that powerful item for you. That's the soft way of doing bind on pickup. Yes, the very best gear. This takes the very best gear away from the auction house. This is like what I said with base legendary items and the legendary crafting system in general. The legendary crafting system was a bit of a swing and a miss for Blizzard. For one simple reason, that when you have the ability... They wanted the legendary crafting system to be a specialization system, you know? So, like, if you're a leather worker, you can make umberhide helms. But you shouldn't also be able to make umberhide gauntlets, leg plates, boots. You shouldn't be able to make the whole lot and then generate a monopoly on selling the whole lot. And you shouldn't be able to make 10 million gold an hour. That shouldn't be a thing. But the reason it was a thing was primarily by the fact that everything that you crafted, you could craft it without restriction, and you could sell it all for ludicrous prices. Making the very best crafted gear being bind on pickup just deletes that market completely. Gone. Poof. In one go. See you later. Hey, don't call me out. Yes. We've all seen the screenshots. Having the very, very best gear be bind on pickup is not a problem, as long as you don't have to have that crafting profession. That's the only thing that's ever been a really big problem for players with the best gear being bind on pickup. In Battle for Azeroth and many expansions previous to that, if you wanted to make that really good, if you're a mage and you wanted to make that really good crafted piece of gear that's bind on pickup, you had to level tailoring and you had to make it yourself. You had no other choice, which instantly meant that, well, now you're a tailor just because you wanted that one piece of good gear. At least the work order system will mean that people can, in theory, do what they wish with their professions and still have access to the best gear because they'll just get somebody else to make it for them. Cool. Happy with that. No problems. No problems. Crafting gear will be subject to tuning if a unique bonus somehow makes it better than gear a tier above it. No Darkmoon card situation. That's critical, right? Because Darkmoon cards usually last a lot longer than they probably should. Running around with an item level 200 Darkmoon trinket when you should in theory be quite easily able to get 226 trinkets doesn't make sense, right? Your Darkmoon cards should not be super OP. From what I can see so far, we were looking at this a little bit earlier. If Darkmoon decks are restricted in some way, shape or form, they may not be anywhere near as powerful as we're used them to be. Because if they are, they won't just be a few 100,000 gold. They'll be a few million gold because they'll be difficult as all hell to make. If they limit the ability for people to make Darkmoon cards and trinkets as fast as people want to make them and sell them to meet the demand, if people can't meet the demand because they can't make as many cards as they want to, the price will just multiply. So the way to counteract that is to actually nerf the effectiveness of the Darkmoon cards as well, so that they'll still be good, but they won't be your best trinket. Now, that Darkmoon cards have rarely actually been the best trinkets, even in the first patch, but what they usually are is very, very good before the raid opens. Like pre-raid bis is often a thing at the start of an expansion, which is where Darkmoon cards tend to sit in. Pre-raid bis, you know, it's a new expansion, you've leveled up, you've got a whole bunch of new abilities and spells and buttons to press, you've gained a bunch of levels, you're running through some basic dungeons. Darkmoon cards are basically pre-raid bis. Before you can get into the raid and get the actual best in slot trinkets, Darkmoon cards are very good. But what that also has kind of meant is that for a huge percentage of the player base, that Darkmoon trinket that you can just go to the auction house and buy is really kind of quite a powerful thing to have, not just for the first tier, but often the second tier as well. I bought a Darkmoon trinket like 3 days ago. I bought one for my warrior. I dinged 60. It's a 200 item level trinket. It's better than the 130 item level shit that I had on currently. I bought a Darkmoon card trinket still. They still, even to this day, have their place in the market, but they probably don't need to be as powerful as what they once have been. Will the gear with unique effects have different quality levels? Oh, that's a good point. Probably not. Probably not, because you make the cards and the cards then combine to make the trinket. You're not directly crafting the trinket. So a Darkmoon trinket will probably just be a Darkmoon trinket. I don't think they'll be subject to quality like other pieces of crafted gear will. That would get real messy real quick. The best gear will come from raids, dungeons and PvP, or crafted with components from those activities. So there'll be bind-on pickup materials that you pick up from one of these 3 areas of the game. And those bind-on pickup crafting materials, you will put in a work order for the crafter to then make you that strong piece of bind-on pickup gear. I kind of like that it limits the best gear to the people that are doing the hardest content. There is no reason for somebody to ding 60 do a couple of Torghast runs and introduce themselves to Zereth Mortis, and then be running around with a 291 item level legendary when the rest of their gear is 170. It doesn't make any sense. So kind of allowing the top gear, you know, if you're not doing the top level gear, you don't need mythic raid gear to go kill world quests, really. You should only really be able to get the high level gear from doing the high level stuff. Hot take maybe, but for world content though, there will be some perks, some conveniences, some cosmetics, and some reasonably powerful items from world content. That's risky. Nothing specific as the Mage Tower is planned for the launch. Future patches could bring in other types of content. It's going to be odd not having a Torghast. It's going to be odd not having island expeditions. It's going to be odd not having warfronts. There's not really a thing. There's not a thing in DragonFlight. Which means they're going to have to lean into the world content being that thing, right? Dragon riding, maybe? Maybe that can be the thing? Maybe you know, make your dragon better and do some dragon races, maybe? Maybe that becomes the thing? It'll be like 4 Zereth Mortis type zones, they said. The fact that there isn't a thing will make it extremely boring and likely have even larger waves of people quitting out of boredom than rage. Like I said, they're going to have to then lean on the world content in itself to occupy people in between doing the big 3. Maybe, just maybe, the possibility is they want professions to be that thing. Maybe they want people to lean into the professions. You know, in between doing your raids, your dungeons, your PvP, maybe they want you to lean in on the professions. Instead of having a island expedition, instead of having a Torghast to do. I mean, they've already... Where did they say? They already wanted professions to potentially be that fourth, you know. They said it up here somewhere. I don't know, I've lost it now. But it was already stated that they wouldn't mind professions being like the 4th corner. And if they try and make professions become the thing, was it in the miscellaneous section? Yeah, here we go. The team wants professions to feel like one of the pillars. Pillar is the word they used. Yeah, just like your PvP, your Mythic Plus, your raids. They maybe want you to fall back on the professions as the thing that you do in between these 3 events. So they don't need a Torghast. They don't need a you know, an island expedition. They don't need yet another instance bit of content. The professions will maybe, in conjunction with some of the world content, if they lean in on the world content, mix it in with the professions, make it so that you can go out into the world and do bits and pieces and quest lines and, dare I say it, even world quests that are going to give you benefits towards your professions. That'll be cool. That's literally right down my alley. I couldn't complain about that at all. Love me some of that. There should be at least 6 to 8 talent loadouts that you can save. People should feel like they have enough. There is no reason to limit people's ability to save loadouts with things like talents. If somebody wants to have 20 different variations of talents, 1 variation for each boss, let people do it. Don't arbitrarily limit people for no reason. Most people will have 1 talent tree. maybe they'll make a second talent tree for an AoE build, or maybe they'll make a second talent tree for when they go between raids and PvP. That's what most people will do. If people really want to have 20 different loadouts for every single boss in a dungeon, let people do degenerate min-maxy stuff. Why limit people's... Why make it so that you can only save 8 different loadouts? Doesn't make sense. Why hinder people from doing what they want to do in the game if it has no negative effect on anybody else? Sorry, I went off the deep end on that one. That just caught my eye. Team is exploring the return of personal loot for raid bosses. Isn't that how it is anyway? You might end up with a hunter bow even if your group has no hunter. That's always pleasing. Shadowpan Monastery won't be one of the launch dungeons. It could appear during the course of DragonFlight. The team is super open to making changes to the flow of dungeons, the pacing, the mechanics, especially for dungeons that never had Mythic Plus. Yes! Absolutely yes! This is what we were saying earlier. Dungeons feel boring because they all have to fit the Mythic Plus, design. Make some dungeons that have no intention of ever becoming Mythic Plus dungeons and do some fun stuff with them. When the dungeon pool was static, the seasonal affix helped changed up your routing. Now that there are new dungeons, you don't need your routes changed. Okay. Please don't be too assumptive, Blizzard. Please let people play the game the way they want to play the game. Most races will be... Oh, here we go. Dragon riding. Most of the races will be bronze, silver, and gold with some achievements. Okay. Okay. Dragon riding might be the thing then. Maybe I was being a bit hopeful that professions would be the thing, but maybe it's going to be dragon riding. At max level, there's going to be a couple of multiplayer races that people can start together. They start every so often and you race against each other. Internally, the team is talking about more competitive structured races or even events. If you give people the ability to customize and train their dragon, love that shit. That would be cool. Love that. Leveling time should be a little bit longer than Shadowlands, but not too much longer. How long did it take to level at the start of Shadowlands? My very first character, I think dinged 60 in about 12 hours, but I was streaming it and I was also hella slow. So if you can keep it to about 10 hours of playtime, an hour per level, I think that usually feels about, reasonable. An hour a level feels alright. I don't think it needs to be much longer than that. When you start pushing an hour and a half, 2 hours per level, it starts to just be like, oh, I'm falling asleep here. They nerfed how much experience you needed after like 4 weeks. They did actually, yeah. Yeah, I remember. There's 2 new sizes of reagent bag. There's a 34 and a 36, I think. Did I skip over that? Or maybe that wasn't it. The reagent bag thing is going to be very helpful. Very handy. Leveling was fine in my opinion, the time of leveling. 700,000 XP an hour with Alliance War Mode, Threads of Fate bonuses, and Herbalism and Mining is pretty fast. It's about 26 minutes a level at the moment. Oh, right now it's super speedy. Even ignoring the 50% buff. Yeah, it's really quite speedy right now. You can properly zoom leveling now if you want. But at the start of an expansion, it makes sense that it's, at least the first time you do it, it's a little bit slower. Calling it now, 10.2 will have AFK dragon races with other people, also known as mission tables. Train your dragon for 5 months, then pit them against each other in a stat war. That could actually be quite fun. If you train your dragon and you just pit, yeah, that could actually be quite fun. You could bet on it. Get some spread bets on the go. Herb mining only or questing and gathering? Questing is still faster than herb mining, but like if you're doing it on a druid with flight form on a realm that's not too busy, you can zip about and you can do crazy fast leveling nowadays. Shadowlands had that linear sequence to each zone, whereas Dragonflight should have a few key pillars in each zone and a lot more room to explore as you level. I would prefer that. If, you know, it's just, like, I don't know, maybe I'm a bit old school, that this whole kind of approach of letting people, like with BFA, you could pick any one of the 3 zones and you can do them in whichever order you liked. I think that approach makes it very difficult for them to actually tell a story, because there's no real significant link between each zone. And Shadowlands made the whole process even worse because there were 4 very separate, very different zones. I wouldn't mind going back to the old school method of that everybody starts in a zone, but within that zone, maybe there's a, you know, you're level 60 to 64 in the first zone, but you can choose to go do this quest hub, that quest hub, or this quest hub first. And by the time you hit 64, you know that you move to the next zone. I don't think that approach is terrible. It worked for many years. And I actually tend to think it allows them to tell a better story. Just dropping you in a new expansion and saying, right, well, you can go here, there, or there. Take your pick. Feels, you know, it I don't know. I'm not very good at articulating my thoughts today, I think. I need more coffee. I need more food. What time is it? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. No wonder I'm hungry. Yeah, okay. Wowhead has summarized a group interview that had no video available, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is probably just going to go through the same things again. I'm going to dive onto the profession stuff. Players will get new giant reagent bag for profession items. The profession bag isn't limited in size, but it will be big. Did we not work out that what big actually means is it might be 36 slot instead of your regular 34? See, for me, big would be three figures, right? You give me a reagent bag that's 3 figures in size, 100+ slots. That's big. Yeah, having a 36 slot reagent bag instead of a 34, that's just another bag. That means I only need 2 stray random fish or bits of meat to basically have a basic bag again. If they are going to go big, and they want to go big, 3 figures, Blizzard. 100 slots plus. 100 slots plus. Make it like the, you know, the reagent bank that we have. Big old swag bag, you know. Get that swag bag on the go that's got all your gems and herbs and leathers and all sorts of stuff in it. The stacks are getting bigger. Yeah, but that still doesn't matter if there's 12 different variations of a herb. That's still going to take a minimum of 12 slots. It doesn't matter whether you have 1 of each or 1,000 of each. You're ultimately limited by the amount of slots that you have to put a thing in. That's more the problem than the stack size, honestly. They're distracting us with bigger stack size. But I can't complain about bigger stack sizes, but it's a distraction to what the actual problem is. The real problem is that we have bags that are 30 slots. You could put, you know, 1 of each herb, 1 of each ore, 1 of each fish. Oh, and now it's full. And you could in total have 12 things in that bag and it's done, you know. Give us a gold sink, a 10 million bag with 120 slots. Like what was it? What was the Harris Pilton bag? Some bottomless bag or something. That was back all the way in Burning Crusade. But yeah, they need to just give us something ludicrous, right? If somebody wants to drop a gold cap on buying a ludicrously large bag, just let them do it. Does it affect anybody negatively? No. Does it take 10 million gold out the game? Absolutely. Make it happen. It was like 20 or 22 slots or something for 5k. Yeah, the Harris Pilton bag. I remember being one of the first times they did like a special vendor bag. That was the same price as like Epic Flying back in the day. But yeah, the big distraction is not actually the stacking. It's the amount of, you know, places you have to put a thing. Just because you can put lots of that same thing on top of each other doesn't really negate the fact that you run out of just slots to put things in the first place very quickly. Because if we got qualities, right, let's say there's 4 new herbs. There's 4 new herbs minimum in Dragonflight. If each one of those herbs has 3 different qualities, all of a sudden 12 of your slots are going to be taken up by herbs, potentially. That's half a regular bag nowadays. If they give us a 36 slot reagent bag, you're still going to, you know, you do a bit of fishing, you catch a few fish, and you get 3 different qualities of each stupid fish. Then you go out and do some herbalism and you pick up a bunch of herbs and you get 3 different qualities of each of those herbs. It don't matter if they stack to 1,000, your bag is still going to be chock-a-block. No slots left very quickly. So if it's going to be big, Blizzard, do big. Do real big. Go wham. But right, okay. I think we'll leave it there for now. I'm feeling as if I'm about caught up. It's taken me a few days to play catch up, but I think I'm about there. I still need to, on many people's advice, I think I need to watch this Mr. GM interview. Because apparently he did a remarkably good job of posing the right questions and extracting some good answers. So I definitely need to watch this, but I need to put an hour aside to watch that. But if the elemental items drop from herb nodes or whatever else might come out of a... Yeah, that's also a good point. Luckily, the elemental stuff doesn't look to have a quality to it. So, but there's still like 5 or 6 types of elemental, and then you got the baby one, and then you take 10 of the baby ones and you make a big one. So you've still got potentially like another 12 slots being taken up by those. A 36 slot bag is not going to cut it. 36 slots, doesn't matter if it stacks to 1,000. A 36 slot bag, I could fill it within a minute. And then you're back to square one again of having no storage space and overflowing into your regular bags. And Blizzard hasn't actually fixed anything at that point. But I'm going to leave it there for today. I'm going to go get me some food. I didn't even finish relisting my pets. I don't feel as if I've done much at all today. But like I said, I'm playing catch up a little bit. If you're out there leveling, go get on it. 50% level boost. If you've got a few characters that you need to finish leveling up, even if you have, I don't know, you've got a few mid 50 levels that you've not finished off getting to 60, good opportunity to get them to 60. At the very least, ding 60, get your mission table on the go. Make that moolah, easy sauce. But we'll be back tomorrow. I'm thinking tomorrow that I might stream in the afternoon rather than in the morning. Stick about on Twitter or on the Discord. I'll let people know. Mainly because I need to... I've got some stuff I need to do tomorrow, and it might clash with my morning schedule. So we'll see. But yeah, that's me done for the day. Thanks for joining, boys and girls. Hope you enjoyed. If you're new around here, hit that follow button. Whoa, afternoon streams, crazy stuff. Madness, I know. Actual madness. If you've enjoyed the stream, hit the follow button. Maybe tickle that sub button. Some weird things happen when you press that button. I hear it's good things. Try it out. But I'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Have a good one. Stay hydrated. It's hot. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.